Well, the time has come, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back, Discord. We just reset the stream. The only range that counts. Look at how beautiful this looks right now, guys. Come on, Bitcoin. Just keep swimming. Our horizontal, our vertical line is where that new candle comes in. Our horizontal line is where we need to be over by. So our target area is the latest that we could hit it would be in there. If we get above now, then we've got to push and hold it until the candle closes. Remember, I told you guys earlier the biggest obstacle was going to be the 800 EMA. So we've rejected off of that once. We need to pop it now on the second test. There is a chance that we reject one more time, come down to retest this break, then go. But let's break out of this thing first before we start future tripping. What's going on, Ola? Over 10 years. Start to lose track after a while. Just because trading and being in Bitcoin is different. I've been in Bitcoin longer, or bought Bitcoin early, but I didn't invest in it. I bought it to buy shit online like an idiot. That's if we don't talk about it. Let's keep the vibes good until we get this measured move. What's going on, Terragato? Yeah, Ada's looking ripe. Ada's looking kind of nice for the next rotation. If not the next rotation, then the one right after. But with these ETFs around the corner, I think they're all gonna get a run. I swear, if they run this to the last minute and do one of those, I'm gonna need you guys to subscribe if you haven't. I think that should buy a subscription, a free subscription. Nah, I want us to get above early. I really don't want to run this to the last minute. It's possible, Vikey. It's possible that we left translated our summer top. We'll know by the reaction, right? If we can close above here and then the next weekly candle we make some distance from this bottom, then I'll be more comfortable with that idea. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that market maker understands what happens to macro sentiment if the chart doesn't look a certain way, you know what I mean, on the weekly. But that's just conjecture. I know that above us we have our psychological high, we've got that gas, and we've got a large vector gap. So I'd be more comfortable with saying that those are market makers' targets, and luckily they're above, you know what I mean, like above where we need to be. But if I was market maker, I would definitely take that into consideration. Right? If I'm trying to go up and we're trying to set this move to grab those vectors all the way up to 120, whatever we came down from, I would not let macro sentiment get too bad. That would be me leaving a bunch of money on the table. You trade reversal, Nico. Well, so let's say your reversal is right here, right? Let's say price comes up. And it starts to look bullish, and you're like, I want to counter trade this trend, right? And then price comes down, and then ends up going. So if you're swinging right at the pivot, right, then you would be a trader 1. If you're waiting for the lower high, you'd be a trader 2. If you're waiting for the breakout, you'd be a 3. If you're waiting for the retest, you'd be a 4. Right? So if you're moving on, yeah, if you're moving on the first signs of a pivot, then you're oh, what are you doing? Then you're a trader 1. All right, well, you get the point. I think he's glitching out on me. But remember, like, if you're going to be a 1, then the best risk-adjusted way to do it is not go all in, right? Which means you're going to end up being a 1, a 2, and maybe a 3 and 4. You're still above your EMAs. Your 13 is still above the 50. You haven't lost bullish momentum here. Remember, until you lose bullish momentum, those lower highs and lower lows are a bear trap. Look, you see how every one of these higher lows or lower lows and lower highs, you get brand new orders opening up. Every time it gets a lower high, they're like, oh, it's going down, more 100Xs. You get a lower low, they're like, oh, it broke structure, right? But that's how bear flag, I mean, that's how bull flags are built, right? We know that bull flags are built with a high, and then a low, and then a lower high, and then a lower low, and then a lower high, and then a lower low. And then when this gets thick, if the intention is to go up, then price swings and eats all that liquidity. But for that, we track momentum, right? Has your 13 crossed your 50 yet? No, not yet. What happened the last time you got to your 50? Stopping volume candle. What does that say to market makers' motivation? Probably wants price to go up, or he would have just let price collapse through the 50 right there. Yeah, Dom is pumping right now. Alter feeling this for sure. Excuse me. If the weekly closes under, I'm waiting for a good dead cat bounce, right? Which we probably already are in the middle of. But I'd be waiting for a good dead cat bounce, and then I'd be taking profits. It doesn't help us at all if the price goes above this line after the weekly, but it probably will, right? So at that high, I am looking for maybe a retest of that resistance. If we close under and we retest this resistance bearishly, then I'm pulling profits at this point. I'm looking for lower prices. I don't know what lower prices. We'll go to our macro chart, and this is what we're looking at. Right? This is the only range that matters. This candle needs to close back inside of this range the same way that this candle closed the back inside of the range when we needed it to back here. Same exact thing. Right? If it closes above, we're good. We can look forward to these type of candles next. If it doesn't, then I'm looking for target 1, which is the retest of that angular, and then target 2 would be support. That's my game plan. Give me a second. I'll be right back. On this chart, the red line is where we have to get above. Now look at the liquidity. See what the market sounds like for a second. Looks like World Liberty 5 made that move we were looking for and then literally gave it back. We made it like half the measured move and then failed the retest. And Doge needs to crawl back up into, at least into this symmetrical. I don't like hanging out down here. This just feels like a bearish retest of the break. Yeah, you need to take out some of these highs. So Pyth looks like it's finally breaking out of its downtrend. Just barely. Shoulders a little long for inverse head and shoulders, but it's basically an inverse head and shoulders. It doesn't matter because your W pattern gives you the same measured move. I should probably add to this Pyth position, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be right back. That's funny. I went to my trading computer and I bought some Pyth, and then I turned around, and from across the room, that green measured move looked like a candle. I was like, nah, say it isn't so. Like, what did you do, Dbloc? Crow looks like it's trying, but this looks better. All right, let's break out. No dilly dallying. Bro, I had just bought some. I turned around and I was like, I thought I wrecked the chart. I was like, oh shit, people about to take profits on my ass. Actually, now that I say that, let me see something real quick. Probably should have done this before I switched, but forget it. I'll take it back. Let's see what Pyth Soul looks like. In case you're questioning if it was a good idea to move Solana into Pyth. Nah, that's crazy. It's in the last couple hours too. And it's still popping. Put the rest of my soul in there, actually. Nah, it's not that soul's doing bad. It's just Pyth is holding its ground and it's starting to come up. Right, soul is still outperforming most of the other alts. On the 1 minute, that thing gapped up. Let me see a candle there. Remember, we talk about these value areas all the time, right? Couldn't hold the point of control, came the value area low. Price should seek out point of control again if this value area low holds. Yeah, it's just temporary too. It'll be like the profits I pull off of Pyth will go back to buy more soul. So it's just like a leverage trade on my soul, basically. Which just sounded crazy. All right, let's see if we hold together here. I'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing fantastic for the monthly close.
Zeus the Moose. Chicken.
But yeah, time for me to connect, check a bit if something happened this weekend, look at all my coins one by one, and yeah, maybe take some decisions with a monthly close. Probably not, actually, but might just hold for September. I don't know. I'll hold. Yeah, I'll probably hold what I still have for September. Even though, well, you know, red August. We'll see if we get also a red September. I guess the end of the year will be greener the redder it is now. Or not, right? Because once you lose 105, maybe the bear market started and we're gonna get negative funding rates for like a whole year. In a pump too early, dump too early scenario. But it's not the one I think is most likely, so. Well, this is messy. So my watch list on TradingView, there's a lot of red, a lot of green. It's like some coins are green, others are red. That's odd. Typically, they're all green, all red, except one or two that do the opposite. But right now, since daily open, some of them are up 5%, 10% even. What's up with Pol? Oh, nice. Is MATIC starting to do something here? Finally, I guess, nah, we're not really doing much. But no, that's a good beginning for MATIC. Cool. Let's try and exit the bear market on MATIC. Well, we're now above the 200 MA on MATIC. All right, that's starting to pay. Nice. But other than MATIC, I guess everything is flatter. Oh, Axie Infinity, AXS also having a I'm Alive candle, a hope candle, I guess. Some people call it, yeah, just pump it up so people get in and. But yeah, definitely at the bottom of a bear market on AXS. I mean, it could just go to zero. Well, it's on its way towards zero. But it's doing these nice hiccups, and it's a coin that got hacked, and well, I guess it could get to $4 before disappearing, though. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, huge volume on Axie Infinity. There's probably something in the news that made people go buy it. It's also a bit technical because if that support at $2.1. Yeah, if support holds, well, you kind of have to go up. And it couldn't. For now, it's just a lower high on AXS on the daily time frame, right? So, and it did erase half of its upward move today. But yeah, we'll see. But I guess TPing the 200 MA on the daily wasn't a bad idea on AXS. I missed it. I'm in on this shitcoin. But yeah, some coins are like up, but a lot are down too. This is interesting. It's not typically like this. Like, why are some coins red, others green? The direction is a bit not certain. Stuff like big time is down, while trying to put a new bear market bottom, I guess. Stuff like AI16Z red. People are really giving up on some of these shitcoins. Mantle is red, but not by much. Just red 1%. Makes sense. It had a huge pump. Let's go sideways here at resistance, and I think we kind of have to put a new high above 1.5, yeah, before starting any serious downtrend, but could be very wrong. This is just a lower high again, so yeah, maybe we'll scoop all the way down to 50 cent actually. Wow. Oh, it's a possibility, right? Trump is green? Well, that's a change. Green by 3%. Oh no, then I have a lot of these shitty coins. What's Agada, still down there. Nothing major happened this weekend. Link is trying to hold above that $22, $23, the previous high, March 2024. I don't think it can hold here, but if it does, then you're in for a new high altogether above $30 before starting any serious downtrend, I guess. But maybe we could put an inverted head and shoulder here, right? Like if it stays above $20, basically, it's got a chance at breaking this $28 resistance, well, 27, 26, something. But yeah, Link is holding up there, opposite to other volatile coins like Pyth, right? Or Crow. Well, what did Crow do? I didn't check. Maybe it's time to buy it back, no? No, it's not time to buy it back. All right, but it's doing good, holding that 30 cent. Down 20% from the high, but it's still up a lot, right? It's gonna need a lot of time to give us a good entry again. Well, a downward ABC, it's gonna need months probably. But I guess I sold 34. Oh, I could just buy back here too, or will it get 10% more coins? But nah, I'll pass. How about Pyth? Maybe that one did something to the downside. Kinda. Right, it slides down. It's well, like Crow, it's down 20, a bit more than Crow, 25%. Holding that 16, 17 cent as support this time. Could call for like a third up move since bear market bottom in June of this year. But yeah, it's a beautiful ABC on Pyth. Like, if you get back above 20 cent as support, then you could launch. Yeah, launch to 40 cent, 55, and then your all-time highs at $1. But not straight up, right? So here it broke resistance. Well, a bit like last time. Last time was a bearish retest of a lost resistance. Now we were able to wick a bit above it, right? At 21 cent support from August 2024. We breached it a little bit, but it's acting as resistance, of course. And so, yeah, that 21, 22 cent area. We need to switch that into support for continuation to the upside. And on the first impulse, it's a bit asking too much. Not gonna go just straight up. Yeah, we'll see. Same stuff. We needs time. Well, it needs September to give us a double bottom of some kind to buy it. But a bit like what happened in August of last year. Support creation pattern needs to build a support, or at least retest the old support and continue. Same stuff. If you sold some Pyth, then I mean it's down 25%, right? So I'd buy back some. Merlin trying to wait. I mean, a lot of these small caps are trying to do something. That's cool. We got FOMC this week, right? We'll see the news. Failure to cut should make a lot of people cancel their hopes for alt season. Although I'm not sure if that's true, because alt season is crypto related. You know, normally it's not linked to. It's a crypto stuff, right? But yeah, Merlin is down. How much is that? 94% from all-time highs. Maybe it'll go down another 94%. I don't know. But looks like it slowed down its dump since February. Now it's going sideways. In a bit potentially accumulation range going on here. You know, you buy 7 cent and you sell 14 cent, and if it's an accumulation range, then it's gonna exit this area with strength eventually, and that's like a breakout long at 14, or a buy at support during a downtrend at 7 cent. And in the end, whether you buy it at 7 or at 14, if the lottery ticket wins, it's just the difference of another 2x, right? So if you turn well, I guess 2x makes a lot of difference if the idea is to catch a 10x, of course, but it's the difference between turning $1 into 10 or 5, right? So all it's got to do is go above 16 and then might reach 50 cents after that. Yeah. For now, 16 is resistance. It's at 12 anyway. But yeah, some of these coins are moving. Saraf, what's that? Saraf USDT. All right. We're at resistance for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th time. But this time it collapsed. So it triggered a lot of orders by collapsing like that. So yeah, it went 75% down on this oscillation. So I think it could give you a fake above 24, yeah. Man, these things are volatile. We had the 24-cent resistance, right? Well, actually 19 and 24 is the wick high. It went all the way down to 6. Now you're at 20. So it's like a 3.5x. With a measured move to all-time highs already in the chart at 60. Yeah. But we'll see. Zora also, I'm waiting for some cool-off to get back in. I mean, now we see, you see, now waiting. So since that sell, Zora on the daily now has a bit of downward structure. There's at least a bit of a downtrend now. Huh? It's not a higher low it did, it's a lower low. Like last time we had a downward candle. Well, you know, it put a W with a higher low on the right part, and it continued to into price discovery. This time it's putting a lower low, so I have really a downtrend to buy right now, potentially, yeah. But it's way too high to really be confident, in my opinion. So I'm still gonna wait a bit, but yeah, that Zora is cooling off. RSIs and technicals, and with some time, maybe they'll be ready for another whole move up. Yeah. It took 3 months last time to get ready for a move up. Here it's only been like 2 weeks, right? But yeah, if you want like a huge move up, it needs time to do it, I guess. I mean, this coin just lost a 0, right? Yeah. Very odd, like you got cooked down 5% while XYO is up 5%. Market is a mess today. What have you guys done? You like bought some stuff, sold some stuff, moved some stuff, and money moved from some coins to others. It's odd. It's not like this typically when I look at my coins. They're like all green, all red, but well, I guess that's cool. People are choosing their winners. Flow is up 10%. Maybe there's something going on there too.
Hey, what's interesting is, just I hate the guy and don't want to put money into his coin. Like, I don't think moving some money into Trump would be bad because his health is really going downhill in a hurry. And I think if he passes, like that sucker's going to spike.
Oh, you mean like an artist who gains value when he dies?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a horrible thought. It's your president, right? Even if you don't like him,
He's not my president.
Let's not have him die. But yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. I mean, that's what we do in speculation, right? We price the death of people. No, the life of people. Well, the life of people has a price. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know that a French guy makes on average 30,000 euros per year. So, well.
Yeah, just I don't know. It was a thought that hit me this morning.
But are there news about his health?
Oh yeah.
He's in
So
bad health, really?
Oh yeah, he's got congestive heart issues going on and some circulatory venous problems and stuff. And yeah, he disappeared for 3 days this week. Nobody saw him Tuesday through afternoon he had a cabinet meeting and nobody saw he likes being in the public every day, eating up all the oxygen, and he didn't show up until yesterday morning. I can't remember last time. 3.5 days have went by without not having his face out there, so something's going on.
Well, yeah, he's not that young. Of course, he probably has health issues, but buying Trump thinking he's gonna die, I mean, yeah, eventually. I mean, it's gonna happen pretty soon, right? Maybe next cycle, 4 years, yeah. Well, I don't know.
I was kind of hoping by 7 p.m. tonight, but
Oh, I see.
we'll have to wait.
You have a high leverage trade going on there. I see.
When that was launched that night, I made about $2,500 and got out before it crashed. So he was good for something.
Nice.
I made a little bit of money off of him.
Nice.
But I haven't been back in since. But now with this news coming down and him, looking so poor, it's just something that popped in my head this morning. Maybe just move a little chunk over there. And I mean, it doesn't fluctuate that much, so I can't really. If things stay the same for the next 3 or 4 months, I'm not really going to lose a ton. But if he kicks the bucket, the chance of it shooting up real high, real quick is going to, be there.
Yeah, the opposite could happen too, right? I don't know. Imagine something happens to Elon tomorrow. Doge could dump more than pump. No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, probably it would just stay flat. It's double-edged sword news, right? Like it could end up having a positive or negative impact. Like it's hard to guess what people are gonna do when there's news about. But I mean, it's gonna depress people. Having a president die is a bad thing for the country, right? So the people are gonna be a bit sad. So they might.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad for this country. It's only going to be better. So I think it would go up.
Well, people waited for Biden to die for 4 years. He didn't die. I think the most likely is the same stuff here. So wait, does that mean that if nothing happens by 7 a.m. tomorrow, you're gonna sell? Or I mean, that's another bet.
I think it'd be like the night that he released it. It's going to spike and then it's going to drop. So I'll be there for the drop. I'll be there for the spike and then get out before the drop.
Why do we want to make his family richer if he's not there anymore? I don't know. Who inherits his Trump coin?
Who knows? I'd rather them all be in jail, but we can't do anything about that right now. So, but yeah. Anyway, it was just.
See, there's a political idea behind all this. I like it.
When you mentioned Trump coin earlier, that just jogged my memory of my thought this morning.
I've been trying to long Millennia for a while and collecting funding rates when they were negative, but then they turned positive, and now it's the opposite that's happening. And yeah, I'm a bit stuck in that trade. I don't know. Hopefully, now there's only hope left. Yeah, it's still positive, which is amazing. But yeah, no, not anymore. I covered the leverage, so there's 0x in it now. So I'm not paying fees. Because, when you're in a leverage trade, you pay fees on the amount you borrow, right? So if you add margin to your trade, you just lower the leverage, which makes you pay no fees, right? And this was like it was a 3x leverage trade at first. So I play with that. If I see negative funding rates, I can increase leverage. If I see positive funding rates, I just decrease it.
And the fact that he was supposed to release I think he was going to release a new coin or more of that Trump coin like every 9 months or every year or something like that. The fact that no more were going to be coming out, I think is going to make that price, shoot up for a while too. I mean, same thing, what if one of these drone attacks or things happened from, Russia? There's a lot of different shit coins out there that have Zelensky's name on it. Let's say that ends up killing Zelensky. I mean, Zelensky coin, I would assume, is going to shoot up for a while too. No, just
for Trump, I agree with you because technically it's kind of ready, right? Like it might need a low below that $6.5, but even if it doesn't give it, it's been sitting kind of flat around $8 for a while now. Huh? Like it's been like 6 months, even though it was in March. No, when was it? Well, yeah, in January we had the pump. By March, the dump was kind of 3/4 over, right? And since then, it's a bit. Well, it's still going down, but slower, right? Well, of course, with Bitcoin having doubled in value since, I guess, kind of makes sense that Trump isn't putting a low, but it's not far from it. Like we're pretty close to that $7.2. Maybe that's the opportunity there. Also, how does it line up with a golden puck? How did Yes, so we didn't get to golden at 6.8. I have no clue why I drew my fib like this on this chart. I fibbed it from $1.5 till $78. There's a reason for that 1.5. It's not random, but I've completely forgot. But anyway, it gave a golden at 6.8. So, that's the good area to start a new trend potentially. And we got 7.1, so it needs well, it doesn't need, but it didn't get there, but maybe that 1.524 is a bit off. So probably it was I think $1.5 is where it started its impulse on MACD. That's why I fibbed it from there. Like we don't see it in the opening candle. When you look at Trump on a daily chart, the candle opens at $3.7, but actually that MACD had it start at 1.5 because this coin was listed on MACD well before all of this happened. Like you had months to buy it before Trump officially said it's my coin or whatever he did on a centralized exchange, by the way. And that had an accumulation around 1.5, I think. So ultimately, it's where everybody is at a loss. People are still in profits at these levels. The early investors in Trump, they're still in profits at $8. Once it gets to 1.5, it means they TP, then they're now at a loss. Well, those who didn't are now at a loss even from the initial investors. So that's when it's a bit safer. Well, it's dead at that point, right? So I like buying dead stuff. Well, anyway, $6.8 could be a good area, and we got 7.1 a few months ago, and right now it's at 8. So yeah, technically your idea I think is a good one. Both has to line up, right? You need the technical setup to be building a support, so you buy a support, around a support, close enough to a support, let's say. While still speculating on what could happen next and why it would bump or do this or that, yeah. But if you only have the news and you don't have the technical ready for it, then I wouldn't go in. Like if Trump was right now at resistance or at, I don't know, let's say $12, then speculating that he might have health issues wouldn't have been a good timing.
It was interesting earlier in the week. He was giving an interview, and he was something about getting into heaven came up. He goes, "Yeah, I'm being told by a lot of people I'm not doing very good." So obviously, for him to even let that slip, it means.
Oh, he said it really?
Mm-hmm. Doctor said that obviously must have been giving him some pretty bad news. And I mean, it's Labor Day weekend. Like typically, a U.S. president is all over the place these 3 days doing ceremonies and all this other stuff all around the country. He's freaking hunkered down in hiding, basically, no public appearances set for the whole 3-day weekend. And again,
I'm sure
yesterday wasn't necessarily a public appearance. He just went to go play golf. He didn't meet with anybody, didn't do any ceremonial stuff, didn't nothing.
Well, there's an ethical question behind this, like betting on the death of a man to make money. Oh boy. But yeah, I guess it's what we do.
If you want to trade some news, how about that Microsoft news where they're doing that internal audit of Bill Gates right now?
Is it the first time they do that?
They're looking at Bill Gates' company, Microsoft digital cloud system, from being used by Chinese nationals to hack the DoD.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's true. But is it the first time there's a
As far as that's kind of severity, yeah. Those are some heavy.
Microsoft is a pretty old company. But yeah, security in the cloud. I don't know if you if you're a strategic importance company, you shouldn't have anything in clouds anyway. You should have your own cloud, right? It should be on site without even connecting to the internet. Well, I mean, you kind of need to sometimes, but so I'd say it's not Microsoft's fault. It's whoever allows their important data to be on the cloud that should think a bit before doing that, right? So China is hacking Department of what did you say? DoD? Department of Defense with Microsoft accounts or Microsoft Cloud. So Department of Defense in America has stuff that works on Microsoft Cloud. You think the F-16, F-22 stuff is in the cloud? I mean, it's probably non-important stuff that they hack, right?
It's his own dial-up.
Dial-up? Oh, yeah. I'm sure military have good protection, but that's probably fun to try to bring Microsoft down to buy it, no? Is it working? Like,
I looked. So I just seen the article. I was like, "Holy cow! Here we go! All these news articles dropping. Look what they did to Cracker Barrel."
I mean, Nasdaq dropped on Friday, so I'm gonna guess Microsoft also dropped. But yeah, I mean, it's it's high up there though. It's at 500 Microsoft. I'd buy it without thinking at 400. Just, you know what? Let's do that. I'll just put an alarm and I'll say think, maybe buy this time. I won't say don't think. Yeah. Might need some thinking a bit. Add alert. Price crossing horizontal line message. Let's alert name. Gap fill. Why not buy an American old dinosaur collapsing? There you go. At the current rate, that alarm would ring in March 2026, something like that, but I'm sure it can accelerate up and down. Just a tiny bit higher. There. You trade Microsoft? 414 is golden pocket right now, so bye. But we're gonna have a CME gap to the upside this time, huh? CME opens in like half an hour. And we closed at 1087 on CME with no premium left anymore. I think that's roughly the price Bitcoin was at too, right? So where is it now? It's, oh no, but it's there. All right. I guess there won't be a gap. Yeah, there won't be a gap because we continued dumping after markets closed, right? So recovering on Saturday and Sunday a bit, kind of closed the gap before the gap appeared. ETH though, I mean, I'm still in. Got stopped out a bit from a few trades, but ETH is what's ETH doing? Wait, I need to check. Well, I'm barely up now though. 22%. That's not a lot. Yeah, we can't touch the 4-hour EMA on ETH, right? Like it's bouncing from above it twice now. But yeah, this 110 is becoming resistance on Bitcoin. Looks like it, yeah. Like failure to go back above that kind of might give us a new low again to buy. It's now beginning of month, September. In the end, August. It's at the beginning of the month that we had the best red candle to buy. Well, I mean, no, I mean, the 2nd of August was a good candle to buy because it gave you a double top at 124, and we've been going down since. So, oh, that makes me think maybe this is a good time to switch the model. Like instead of having a dump early in the month that goes into an uptrend, how about we start changing that and doing the opposite? It's been like more than a year now. Having more like, on average, more bullish beginning of months and more bearish end of months. And this one, I guess, could be the first one of potential change.
I would encourage you to look at Bitcoin dominance. Zoom in on the 1 hour. Start paying attention. Notice that XRP. Notice it, if you look at XRP, a bunch of other alts just made higher lows than that August 3rd pullback. So as long as you stay above that 272 that XRP did, you're still on the bullish trend. Now, if you break that 272, then we got to have a different conversation.
But it depends if Bitcoin also breaks below 100K while that happens, right?
I don't care. I don't, at this point, with dominance pulling back the way it does, I don't care what Bitcoin does. Because once the alts start launching off of the Bitcoin dominance and Bitcoin's feeding the alts, it don't matter what Bitcoin does, the alts are going to roll.
Hey Zeusy, have you been looking at Polygon? MATIC?
Yeah, I looked at my watch list earlier, all of them. Yeah. Finally, it's maybe it's the beginning of something, you know, that's all. Like for me, it's up 10%. I'm not even opening the chart to consider TPing. It's not even it's close. Just up 10%, right? But yeah, I'm sure you can scalp it, right? You can sell here to buy back the at 26 cents, but it's a risky game. It took me years to accumulate MATIC, and we're probably barely above my average here. No, I don't know. I honestly, I don't even know.
It was sad to see MATIC fall that hard. It was so sad. It broke my heart. I was like, no, man, no.
But you know, when it dumps, that it's a coin you trust in a bit, so you buy it, right? And I mean, I bought like 16, 17 cents and all. That double bottom down there. And now, it's always do you hurry to take the little profits you have, or do you go crazy and add money even? Like, why not DCA upward in some cases, right?
Well, I mean, now you now you got to look at the fact: was that the floor? Are you going to start making higher lows? Did you establish a floor? And as long as you can be safe and have a stop loss, saying, all right, we're going to call this the floor. If we go below that, I'm getting out.
It's had bullish news recently too. So the Department of Commerce will begin real GDP data on Polygon.
It's already started. That started 2 years ago. California's
Yeah.
already been using it.
Yeah.
But do you
California was
notice?
using it a while ago, weren't they? They started with Teslas.
Yeah, they actually started. They started with MATIC originally.
Wait, did they? Yeah, that was
Do
a
you
couple years
notice
ago.
the batch of coins coming out and being successful a bit right now in green candles with all the same narrative? It's like, hey, we're gonna be useful for the government. Look, like it's the same for Pyth, it's the same for Crow, it's the same for Paul. It's politics, right? Crow is like Trump is investing. Pyth is like I'm gonna be useful for government, and the government is politics, right? So it's a political decision to use that coin to
Well, they did come out and announce, but it was Pyth, Chainlink. There was a Polygon. Polygon was one. There was like 6 coins on that list.
But when you look technically, it's a ascending triangle, right? So people knew they would come out with this news, right? Eventually,
I mean,
they knew.
if you just listen to the conversation, right? Don Jr., Eric, and Trump all put the same list out every time. They're not talking about all these other ones. They put out the same list every time.
What they holding?
So what's in that list?
XRP, Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum. That's the 4 that they talk about all the time.
Okay, well they choose the 4 biggest, right? Basically.
Well, I mean, so then you look at the Ethereum runners, right? Who runs on Ethereum?
Right. Well, for now, nobody. I think the answer is nobody, right? These are all like we're gonna use, but now it's time to prove that you're useful. Tracking GDP data with crypto. I've read some articles too. And yeah, I mean, when you read these bullish articles, you always feel bullish. And when you read a bearish article, you always feel bearish. So. But yeah, Paul, I mean, it's nice to see that it's able to trade above the 200 MA on the weekly. Yeah. Daily, sorry. Yeah, on the weekly, we're still far from it. But at least on the daily, yeah. For descent on MATIC could be an area where people who don't know Paul is MATIC are gonna TP. So yeah, for the monthly close, bears need to achieve, well, they don't need to, but I guess having a bearish engulfing monthly, then you would call it like a tweezer top, and it's going to be end of the bull run and this and that. Like that could achieve enough FUD that we actually reverse in September to go put a new all-time high altogether, or maybe towards the end of the month, right? Because I mean, it's not that hard to achieve for bears. Like just drop it $2,000 basically, and you'll have a bearish engulfing monthly. And there's enough time to do that. There's like a few 2 hours till the monthly close, right? And with the liquidity at this level, it's not impossible that we see that. And bulls, I guess if we could get back that 110, well, let's have it half red, right? Even 112. Then you'd have a more bullish candlestick pattern. Now, in any case, this is a high low again, candle wise. Like the wick of this candle is higher than the wick of the previous candle. So, it's a red candle, okay. But if you achieve higher high and higher low, you haven't really a reversal on the monthly. Now, of course, it's the monthly. You might not want to wait to see it on the monthly to buy or sell, right? Yeah, usually once it happened on the monthly, it dropped enough that you're just buying it anywhere.
See the new movie coming out? Hollywood. They're coming out with a movie. It's called Killing Satoshi. It's it's starring Casey Affleck and Pete Davidson too. Not
That would
bad.
be so bullish if he just dies with his passkey lost, seed phrase lost.
It's about the 1.1 million untouched Bitcoin.
Yeah, so you see, if you read that article, you're gonna feel like, oh, maybe I should sell.
Yeah, I think it's a top signal. Probably getting more people out on into it. Killing Satoshi. The thriller aims to unravel the mystery behind Nakamoto's identity and the fate of approximately 1.1 million dormant Bitcoin, currently valued at 120 billion. Might be a good movie. Pete Davidson, he's been in a lot of movies lately. He's been doing good. Good actor.
But yeah, what else happened this weekend? Any other coin performing crazy or dumping crazy?
Yeah, there was a couple of them, weren't there?
I only looked at my watch list, so I don't know. Maybe other stuff happened. There's probably a new coin pumping like hell or dumping like hell. Some new listings. There's always something going on.
Exactly. Especially on Texas.
Well, even on centralized exchanges. What's this IPUSDT? That's not supposed to be in the top 10 on volume leverage trading. What's up with that? It's not up though. It's up
IP?
2%. Yeah. Is it like IP tracking data or probably not, right?
I have no idea.
IPUSDT.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. IPUSD. What is it? $7.90. Look at that big candle it had. Whew.
Yeah, it got listed on Bybit recently, I guess.
Even for the pump. Tiny
It
market cap.
says no. Starting August 31st,
Oh,
Bybit will adjust the funding rate interval for IPUSDT.
you know what that is? That's Story Network. That's I'm pretty sure that's on BeamX. That's a token on there. Oh no, it's Cosmos. Yeah. Story
Oh,
Network.
there's a new mega launch stuff on Bybit. It's called Shards. Just have to stake your USDT for 14 days. You get like 8% APY on your USDT, and on top of that dollar APY, you get a share of the price pool of those tokens.
It has an $8 billion market cap. Look.
Really?
Story Network is fully diluted. It's 2.4 billion, and fully diluted is 8 billion.
Okay, so 1 quarter is out.
Yeah. Purpose-built layer 1 blockchain achieving the best of EVM on Cosmos. Is Cosmos moving?
I would know if Atom did something. Yeah, I would know. So no, it's not. But it will. You know, it's conviction
Atom.
in shitcoins. Eventually, they do a hope candle at least, right? No, but it is. It is. It's been sitting around 4.8 for a while now, up and down, in a bit of a range.
I'm adding Epic on my radar just to keep an eye on it. It's
What is Dolo? I mean, that one's been hot recently. Dolo. That one keeps coming up on my.
Epic might be good, especially in October when those ETFs come out, because they're on the ETH chain, but I think it's what XRP and Ripple support them for like all the banking stuff and everything else like that. So it's a possibility of making a nice run, but throwing it down on my list of stuff to check every day.
You know, Atom has been sitting at golden pocket of its previous bull run for now a year. It's been 1 year. So,
Yeah.
you know, that $4.4 was a retrace for the bear market to come to buy, and we.
That's a good one to watch then. Adam, I'm gonna keep my eye on that. Yeah. $4,
But
huh?
the problem is it didn't drop as much as Solana or other coins, so maybe that's why it needs more time. I don't know. Technically, it dropped like 90% from all-time highs. You know, it has an all-time high at $50 and it dropped to $5 basically. So it's like 90% down. It didn't do anything crazy like Sol or like Cardano even dropped more, right? Or like Cardano went from $3 to 20 cents, right? So
That chart reminds me of Chainlink, man. Remember Chainlink consolidated for like 5 years?
or Link, no? Link also dropped a bit less than other coins. Well, a bit like Atom, 90%, not 95%. And coins who drop less, maybe pump less too. No, I don't know. It seems like it's the case a bit. Because Link, I mean, it's good. It had a nice run. Well, it's having a nice run recently, but overall, compared to the X's you cut on stuff like Solana, it's nothing.
The all-time high for Atom is $44. God.
Yeah. Yeah, but you see, it didn't go down as much as other coins, right? Like compared to, I mean, MATIC or, you know, MATIC went from well, MATIC is like Cardano. It went from $3 to 20 cents. Well, even lower than 20 cents, 15 cents.
There was a lot of bearish news for MATIC too and stuff like that. With all these delistings and this and that.
And Link is the same, right? Because it didn't drop that much either. I mean, it dropped a lot, but it didn't. Like, it's down 90%. Yeah, that's not 95%. There's a huge difference between 90 and 95, 98, 99. It's like exponentially more and more. It added a zero. Basically, these coins they only added 1 0 during the bear market, while Solana added 2 zeros. You know, it went from 200 to single digits. So.
Surprised Atom's still above $2 billion in market cap. That's impressive.
Yeah, like Link. The difference is the accumulation range on Link started early with Bitcoin, right? Like Link found its bear market support roughly at the same time as Bitcoin. It accumulated between $5 and $9, while Bitcoin was like accumulating also between 17 and 20K. And then Link exited that area and turned it into support, right? So $9 is now support on Link, but we know that like a year ago. And now we even have higher supports at $12, and I guess the next one could be more like at $15, $16.
Yeah, I recall 17 strong for Link.
Yeah, somewhere there exactly, or maybe just golden pocket of this up move could act as support too, right? Like that would be, yeah, like you said, 17. Yeah. Actually, wait, golden is lower, 15. Yeah. It's maybe the last dip to buy, no? The one coming, if there's one. But for now, it's a small dip.
Tomorrow's a holiday too, Craig.
I mean, it's never the last dip to buy, right? Never mind. It's the last dip to buy and hold.
ETH is holding up pretty well too. It's at 4,400. That's not bad.
Yeah, there's no dip, right?
Dip.
Still butts anyway, but
I dip 7% from the top there, $5,000.
yeah, but you know, on the weekly, there's not really a dip here.
No, that's just
Yeah.
5%.
Like that double bottom at 4,000 could have been a good position, but my patience ran out. So we're just playing the high-low.
What a lot of this Bitcoin dip is when people, there's a lot of money coming out of Bitcoin to go into ETH.
Dominance didn't make a low this weekend though, and weekends are, well, not bad times for altcoins, right? So, see, Saturday was even a green candle on dominance, and today is a red candle on dominance, but it's, well, we need Monday and Tuesday to see if it can continue this downtrend here. Yeah, well, time will tell. But it could, I mean, it can always, right? But here seems like a bit of a support resistance because of September 2020. Like the way dominance stopped last cycle is by putting a double top at 72% and then breaking that support at 58%. By this cycle, we had that XRP dip and then the higher high. And maybe we're on our way to the XRP dip support, which is 54%, right? But if you look more on the left, then it could catch support where it is currently. It's a bigger time frame support than XRP. XRP's dip on dominance. Right? That drop was XRP, the previous down move I'm looking at in November, December of last year. It was XRP pumping to $3 that dropped Bitcoin dominance. I like CryptoBig's idea of going back into Bitcoin because it dropped more than some of these coins, right? Because when you think about it, yeah, we're buying maybe a 20% dip on ETH, but well, actually it's less than that. But Bitcoin is also giving you a 15% dip here, from 124 down to well 14%, right? Well, if you sold exactly the top and you buy exactly the bottom, which you won't, of course, but then it's a 14% down the move. Like it's bigger than on ETH. So the percentage upward on just a technical bounce is like it's similar than ETH. So why take higher risk with an altcoin? I guess because there's more potential, right? Like because ETH is still relatively low compared to Bitcoin. Like it's not sitting at 8,000, putting a topping pattern, a double top at. Imagine ETH put a double top at 8,000. That's where Bitcoin is, right? And now it's back down at 7,000, and yeah. So I guess that's why I'm playing ETH more than Bitcoin right now. But I understand. Yeah, it might not be a good plan actually. And that will translate into a dominance rise. It means dominance finding support where it is at currently, and going back to put, well, either a double top at 66%, or I don't know, some sort of like topping pattern. Lining up with back to school, beginning of September, potential downturn in the stock market and on crypto. Hell, maybe Trump will be replaced by your vice president, and that could cause some uncertainty, and Powell will cut, and that could also, if it comes at a context where people are not sure of the future because the president just got replaced, or I don't know, like it could, it could line up with a few world events too, and maybe you'll get an up move on dominance. That all becomes much less likely if we go back below 57.3, which we're gonna play with a few times probably. You also have the 200 EMA on the weekly on dominance around there. No, that dominance dropped fast, like XRP. It dropped. These altcoins make it drop really fast. In the end, the question is very simple: are there more people like some of us who rather go back in the safety of Bitcoin now that it's down 15%, or are there more people who buy ETH at 4,400? It looks like those buying Bitcoin are disappearing species right now, but the king will wake up again. Maybe just for a lower high, right? Like at 61, 62%. Doesn't have to be like last time with a higher high and then collapse of dominance. It could be a more rounded top. But yeah, you said pay attention to the hourly dominance. Well, it's only a potential support around this area. We're not at resistance.
I told y'all they're gonna push this shit to the last minute, right? Like a movie. Yeah, to me, this is market maker. Every time we've gone to break these levels, we've got a red vector stopping us. Market maker is well aware of what the macro chart looks like if we don't close above. Honestly, Sheen, I don't even care. As long as that candle closes above, we can have the next 2 days could be red for all I care. That weekly and monthly candle really important. Until we hit that blue line. Hour and 20 minutes. Because if he screws up the macro chart and it messes up the sentiment, then it's going to be harder to get retail to push price up towards his vectors up at all-time highs. It makes his job of grabbing those vectors at all-time highs more difficult. Excuse me.
Come on, Bitcoin.
All going to come down to that 800 EMA, guys, like I was talking about earlier. It's either going to make or break us. But we're literally in the target range right now, so.
How you doing, Dbloc?
Good, man. It's a little nail biter we got going. I'm doing a couple things
Yeah.
on the side, but I'm trying to focus on.
Seems like you're trading today. I'm just sitting back and watching.
At that 800.
Noise.
Hot def, it seems like you're always like in disbelief about the TA on the chart actually playing out. I wouldn't say it's unbelievable. I'd say it was expected here.
Do or die.
I tell you, man, when you put market maker in a corner, 9 times out of 10, it pulled through at the end, at the very end.
Dbloc, what's that price that we need to get above? What is it? 109,230?
109.22-ish, right where that blue line is on my chart.
Okay, so I just
Once the
noticed something on
candle
my chart.
closes, we'll dig in and check a couple different Bitcoin charts and make sure that we're good on all of them. But this 800, like I said, is the issue. We're gonna need to get above this 800, or we're not going nowhere. That is a very unfortunate placement for the 800 EMA for what we need done right now.
I don't see many vectors below though. It looks like it filled all the vectors as it was coming up.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to break this. Come on, Bears, where you at? Let's go.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, wake up. Let's get in this radio. Well, the line up is closer than the line over, so maybe we got a little something going.
That's not good.
I just noticed that red wick down. I didn't even see it.
So as long as we stay above the 50 MA on the 30-minute, it's going to be fine.
Dominance is going up too. Might have to hedge short here.
What you talking about, Willis? Gotta have faith. Faith. I gotta have faith. The TA says we go up from here.
I think we need, well, it can't be an emoji, but some kind of a picture of the little engine that could. 'Cause
No dip at
God,
no
this is
dip at the beginning of month, BG.
This is it. This is the moment.
But it's just a monthly close, you know.
Oh, just a monthly close. It's just a little thing like
Yeah,
that.
it happens every month. It's not that
It just
important.
happens every month. It's just a
We
little
can
thing
close
like that.
above, we can close below.
This is a special one. This one is.
Yeah.
This is special. This was the beat. This is a
Well,
special one. We're
it
hitting the
happens.
zero line right here. This is the line right there.
It happens once per year.
That is the line right there. That's the mark of the new start right there.
I just
Shabam.
hope I still have enough money to play 30 August 2026.
All right.
Guess where Bitcoin will be then
Where do you think?
in 1 year? Oh! Probably lower than here, no? I don't know.
BJ, don't we
Yeah.
have another hour here?
So let me just tell you, there are time frames that close at 7, and there are time frames that close at 8.
Yes. Okay. Because my time at 6, so I always know at 7 o'clock that's when the daily candle close is, but what other candle are you referring to that
Well,
of an end date? I'm intrigued.
okay, I will show you.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt this if this is a big moment here. 5 seconds. I just thought we had an hour.
No, but you're right. It's a pretty rare event because we have the weekly lining up with the monthly. That only happens every 7 months, roughly.
That's right.
Yes.
That is right.
But I mean, it happens every 7 months, right?
You see this little spot here? That you've got an act. This is a zero line. This is a an angular right there. You got an 800 right there. I mean, if this doesn't close here, we're going to come down and around and come back around underneath. But we need to hold 108.8. And we might tap on this 108.669 number right there. But this zero line is very important, this one.
And what time are you talking about for that?
This dotted white line here, right there. And then this green one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now I'm going to put this here. All right.
Oh, my delivery's here, of course. Okay. Go ahead. I'll
just a second. So all all of these roll up into a candle, right? And from here to here, and then on this top, and then you have this angular that comes down like this. And so, you start out at a 3 minute or a 1 minute, and everything's got to roll up over here. And remember the 5 minute, or was it the 5 minute or the 15? The 800 is up here. We got to catch that. But it's got to hold up above this 1 minute. Here, actually, 1 minute has to hold its time frame above where it is, right? So let me just get it to where. Sorry, I have to get the. To show it always it's hidden on me. Okay, so see how we've fallen out now? Here's the 200, the 50, the 800, and now the 5 EMA is up here, and then price action has come underneath. So the whole time frame is fallen out of structure, right? Below this angular here. So it's coming down to this number, and it's now falling down and tapping on this number right here at 108,589, right? Here's 108,669. And then up here, where is that? This is that zero line. And notice that 50 EMA on this 1 minute is coming down underneath it, right? And then there's the 800. So it's just crossed over this ascending angle, and there's the tip there. And then look at that red line. That's where this whole structure just took a dip. All right, so once price action comes back over against the 5, comes back over the daily, back over this 800 EMA, and back over the 50, notice, and over the 200, notice we'll still be on this side of that angular, right? And we'll be above this line. So we have between here and here to accomplish that on the 1 minute. So now if I go to the 15, here's where price is. Just a minute. Okay, so here's the curve, and here's the phase. There's that angle I was talking about. Here's the arrow going up. Here's the fib spiral. There's the 200. There's the 13.5, or I mean yesterday's low. Here's the 5 EMA, and then here's our price action. There's that little dotted green line, right? 108,669. So our price is here, and then meanwhile our ribbon is right there, right? The face of it is long, and then there's our descending lines there and there. Okay, so we want to correct above the 50, which is right along here, and then this dotted line, see that? See, that little hump right there is where the 50 EMA on the 15-minute went above it, then below it. Now it's below it, and then it's trying to go back right there above it again to correct over that spot right there. So that is a pivot that is between night and day, because, and then up here, see that dotted yellow line, that's at the top of that fib spiral. Price got almost over that top. That top is the 800 on the 30-minute, I think. Hang on a second. Oh, what's wrong with me? Second. Must be down to, 200 is up here on the 30-minute above that. So I need to go backwards, 15. There, 800 on the 15 is way up here. Okay, so that line right there is the 200, and we have this. So let me put this back. Okay, there it is. There's the 800 on that 15-minute. Okay, so you have to get above that line in order to be over the descending structure. Okay, the descending structure started right there, and then we'll meet that right here. So that is the 110.9. So you have to come up to this ribbon, or that curve, right? So 50% is this angle there, or where that 50 EMA is trying to get across that hump. So this dotted line there, that white one, is imperative for us to cross. It's a must. 108,938 right there. So our structure has to get over that line. Otherwise, you curve down, and then you will fall. This will follow all the way down, back underneath 107 again, right? Because
PG, sorry, but I
Yep.
really thought you were going to say 90K. But if it's just a 1% drop, not a big deal.
no, it can lead to 90K.
That's interesting.
Yes. That's why it's pivotal. That's why it's imperative that we do this, because this will lead to down there. Look. It will start to descend all the way. There's 90K. It will lead to that. It's not a given. It's not like set in stone, but you get the 106 right almost immediately, then the 103, then the 101, right? And then you follow. It's just, there's the 98 and there's 95.
You know,
Yeah.
typically Bitcoin just goes straight down on these big moves. It could happen slowly, of course, but this dip is gonna be so much bot that I would expect like just a quick thingy, right? Where yeah, losing 100K might call for a lot of bearishness and FUD and this and that, and maybe we'll get a big week. Last time we got bought at 98K while World War III was going on, so you know, we'll see.
Yeah, that's why this.
Personally, I don't even think we're gonna go much lower than here, but I know it can happen, of course.
Yeah, I don't either. But the
Might get
1069 is it would be coming after 1075. That 1069 might be a big spot, but you can see that will lead to a boom, 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 a descent.
House of Cards. Yeah.
House of Cards, exactly. Yep.
But if the stock market doesn't go down, I don't think it's gonna happen. But if you line up, you know, SPY just having made all-time highs on Friday, by the way, I think, right, or on Thursday or Friday. Like if they also go down and all, yeah, crypto is already pretty weak, being at support while everything else is at resistance. So I guess it could become pretty bad. Like a corrective move of 25-30% down. We're already at 15% down almost on Bitcoin, like 14% down, right? I mean, another 10% down isn't that nuts if you start counting at 124. If you start counting from here, yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see a bit below 100K again, but with the dominance downward, that doesn't mean ETH is going to drop too much below 4,000. Maybe you'll get 3,800.
3,800 is where I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, but
I
that's a
think
bearish scenario, right?
This is a bounce spot right here. That to me, this is where, if it's going to stop, I think it's the 108,669.
We have total
See?
total market cap also in a bearish setup now. Yeah. Not by much though. Back down to 3.7 trillion with like a double bottom going on there. Doesn't seem like it wants to get really below December of last year. Last December FOMO high. But this summer we saw some nice FOMO levels that were bigger than last December. Man, this December will probably go higher now. We'll see. It's about front-running bull market top. People started selling middle of August this year instead of waiting for September because we had like a double top potential there, and yeah, enough people sold that it topped at did a double top at 124, and then that 112 double bottom failed, so we're like at 108 now. Maybe we can put a low here and have a nice bounce after like a red Monday ish stuff. In the end, the more August is red, potentially the reversal will pay better in September.
So the next likely spot, if this doesn't hold, would to me would be that 105 4 area. But if we get a before that pivot, that 106.9. However, this is a perfect spot to just recover and go up and hold the 110 and off we go. So let's see what happens, because all indications are that we hold this spot.
But we're oversold compared to the charts. So it's got a chance of fighting whatever bearishness is out there. Because we're more like building support. Well, failing to build support, I guess, but it's just a SR flip, right? Now 112 is resistance.
But do y'all think we goes above 109 in like 45 minutes?
Yeah, I don't like putting like you know, that kind of pressure on myself. It's like, I don't know. I'm gonna dump it all if it doesn't close above that in 45 minutes. Like, no, right? It's just an objective to reach for price in order to, I guess, not switch bearish, but
I mean, Dbloc said that like big money are waiting for that exact thing, and if we check, I mean, I tried to like pull a volume profile on the weekly, and it coincides with what Dbloc is saying. If we don't close above this, it would look bad.
Yep.
So we could go down
Yep.
more.
We do need 109 too. That's just a fact.
But bad is
Yeah,
good, right?
exactly.
If it looks bad, means you're in a, you can buy, or I don't know. Depends what you want, I guess. It's all
Yeah,
relative.
it's not a problem. But
Being bad,
I have
being
some
bad.
longs, and I wished I could close them in profit. You think we're holding this uptrend that Dbloc drew?
Who knows? You can't guess what price is gonna do at a level you're interested in, right? We need to see what happens if it goes there. Like if the candle just, you know, wicks there and goes back up, then, well, I guess we'll have an
It's
answer.
shocking that alts are not like suffering that much.
I mean, they're suffering too. It's just that they pumped a lot and they're not giving it all back yet.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
Bitcoin goes to 90K, they'll probably give it back. Although, actually, I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. We've Powell and all, maybe not. Even if it's the end of one cycle, you know, after having a smaller cap alts push, well, Bitcoin starts a new push again. A bit, well, takes a bit time, of course, but maybe then a few weeks. You have like downtrend on Bitcoin while ETH is in an uptrend. Still.
Oh wow, Bitcoin is coming down quite aggressively.
Yeah, not really.
I was expecting like a chop to the downtrend on like this move.
I think people could have a negative reaction to that Trump health news of the weekend. These are odd questions to ask yourself, right? But if that's what happened this weekend, well, that's further around his health, and it looks like it's real, which makes sense. He's like not that young, right? So he probably has some health issues like everybody above 80 years old, right?
All right, let's see what happens now.
What exactly, or sorry?
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No. I was just curious if like, do people know like what's wrong with him, or is just like a speculation?
It's speculation, of course, but like I'm wondering, would you bet more on a green Monday or a red Monday, looking at the news of the weekend when the markets were closed, right? They reopened now and they're green actually. Well, Bitcoin is trying to become red here. Well, it is red by 0.2%. While ES opened and is well pumped and now is going down on the 5-minute, I guess, but not. Yeah, it's above the 200 MA, even on the 5-minute.
I mean, if we close this candle, we could like say it's
Get rid
stop
of
and going candle.
Get rid of shorts and then continue to dump. That's kind of what we need to do here. Because look, we're getting paid to stay long during a bull run. That's cool. Maybe the bull run is over. I don't know, but I'm okay getting paid to stay long till like the end of the year. There are alarms. I have alarms ringing telling me time to sell. You have 2 months to sell. That's what it tells me.
I still hope we get that final push up.
But we are getting it, right? Question is how high. But I mean, when you look at coins, they're all trying to go up right now. Even dead coins are trying to pump, like ETH. I'm joking, just being provocative, but yeah, if it's trying to pump and it's being slowed down by Bitcoin's down move at the end of August. When Bitcoin also turns around, and if it can remain to be strong, well, that thing could explode, yeah, to 7-8K. Well, at least 5, 6. I don't know. We'll figure that out if it breaks that all-time high.
Let's see if we can hold this kind of stopping volume candle on the 5.
Oh, when there's no volume stopping, it isn't that hard. Actually, there is volume. Wait, oh, really? People?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, it's nothing compared to Friday, though.
Oh, no. Yeah, totally.
We need
It's like a small hope.
But there's a bit, but with price moving, volume increases because it fills orders that were lower and higher. You're actively trading this?
I mean, I opened longs from the bottom, which I'm now on profit with Sol and ETH, but like I could have closed when Sol was like up, and I was waiting to like take out the high, open a short, and you know, it didn't happen.
Oh, I'm in the same camp, holding longs from those previous lows. Well, I guess the probability of getting stopped out is like 80%. But sometimes you don't get stopped out and things reverse.
I took, I'm waiting for that too.
Yeah. The thing is, you gotta attempt that not too early, right? And I guess timing-wise, this beginning of September makes us anxious, and people sell just because they're afraid of. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy a bit. You get companies that restart to work as usual. Everybody's back from summertime vacation and all. And sometimes it gets bloody more often than other months.
I have a friend that like doesn't really like do crypto analysis and stuff. He just like looks at the chart sometimes, and he has like this saying like every time when the month begins, people sell, and he's kind of right. Like even without doing TA, he just looks at the price and he's like,
that's not always true. It depends, right? It's been true lately. It's really been true lately. Yeah. Like in the last year, it's really been true. But sometimes like statistics change, right? Like if you have a trading strategy where you're gonna favor longs at the beginning of the month because they're usually redder, and then favor shorts towards the last 2 weeks, that will work good a while, and then things change. I think it's a good time to change that.
Give you guys one job while I was gone. Literally one job. All you had to do was put the fries in the bag.
People like to sell red Dbloc. That's how we go down.
This isn't the type of thing you can minimize. I know that's like a thing, but this is actually important. But this didn't play out right now.
Close, yeah. It's why I'm here on Discord. I know it's important.
I'm waiting for this topic volume candle to like
But it's
actually
not like
do.
the end of the world. I feel, I feel tension. It's not. It's just.
No, I
it's
went
a
over it
different
earlier. I
reason.
hear like people talking about bear market in the chat, guys. We went over this like extensively. If we come back in this range and we don't hold support here, then we're looking at 1 at 104 or 2 at 1 at a basically like 100 flat. I'm not looking at anything underneath any of that shit, and I will be buying the dip aggressively if we get that move.
I already bought the dip. I'll be holding a bit of a loss. Worst case, 4 years, right?
Well, there's a second option.
Oh,
Like
dump it at support.
there
Hell
are
no, I need an
decisions
uptrend
that
to
can be
sell.
made.
I mean, I
Dbloc,
can find an uptrend on the 1 minute, right?
You know the crypto psychology too well. You totally said people would start with this frickin' Debbie Downer attitude around this area.
Yeah, I mean, well, the macro chart isn't going to look good here, so they're going to come out of the woodworks for sure. Twitter's going to be rough tonight.
It's a bit hard betting on the beginning of a bear market with ETH at 4,400 and having just double tapped at the previous all-time
No,
high.
it doesn't make any sense. I'm not even entertaining the thought.
It's a possibility, of course, but like not that likely. Maybe 30%. I don't know. The timing isn't that off, right? Like it's supposed to top around November. We're in August. Like you'd be 3 months off. It's not like.
It just feels like Groundhog Day or, deja vu or whatever you want to call it.
Excuse me.
Been here before.
There's no way to square that on any chart. This adds time to our dip, guys. There's no other way to look at it. This, at the very least, adds, in my opinion, at least 2 weeks. Which is why it was so important to close above.
Do you think that we're not going to close above 109,200?
Nah, no chance. We're about to get the monthly candle here.
Well, it's in half an hour, and we're
I
only
guess I
talking about a
shouldn't say
0.3%. It's only a 0.3% pump, Dbloc.
Yeah, but it's also hopium. There's nothing about this that tells me I want to throw money at it. So to think that it's going to pump all the way back up to 109
wait a second. So
30 minutes.
Okay, technically on the 15-minute chart, we're gonna get into a potential double bottom at golden pocket. Golden pocket of the bounce from 107.3 to 109.5, right? So I think it's possible it just bounces from 108 100, right? And then you'll have 2 more candles to go back up to resistance at 109. So I think it well, 2 candles. Yeah, it's I agree. The momentum is very strong to the downside on
and there's plenty of liquidations
Yeah.
underneath us to keep it going. It's not like we've come to the end of licks or something.
Yeah, and that 15-minute EMA is also acting as resistance still. So yeah, but
I just closed my longs. Fuck that.
at support.
Pardon my French.
It's better to take a small loss than a bigger one, but
Oh no, I'm in profit. It's good.
yeah, well, less than 15 minutes ago, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna criticize anybody's actions, but for me, nope.
Yeah, but at the same time, you won't sell because it's a lower high, and you would have turned that winning trade into a losing trade because you didn't get a
Yeah.
higher high.
Well, the
So,
higher high was when we managed to go above 109 or 100, right? Well, ascending triangle, failed breakout. I guess, yeah, we had ascending triangle that tried to break out, but couldn't hold its neckline. Then we tried to break out again, but it just ended in a lower high. Yeah.
what a shitty end to
But
the
yeah,
week there, yeah, man.
at DCA on the next low, like if we get a new low below 107, maybe 105, 106, I don't know. Then yeah, the attempt again there. And if I didn't take profits here, then I wouldn't add to a losing trade, right?
Yeah. Well, like I told you guys earlier, whatever dead cat bounce we get up into the 110s, 111s, before all of this is done, I will be taking profits heavily.
Dead cat bounce
Or if
already?
we get,
Oh,
or if we get a false move up. Those two scenarios, I'm taking profit.
Hey D, how are you?
Good, brother.
So Dbloc, so we have the CME closed. So if we manage to close it, don't you expect that it's a move, false move to the downside, and then a 3 days off?
I'm sorry, your mic's kind of low.
Yeah, I'm saying that if we just go down and close the CME and keep moving to the downside for like 106, don't you think that this could be the false move down and Monday?
Yeah,
and
if we
then
take these traders out. If we come down and take these traders out.
So
That's why
we
I
could
said the
dump
only way I'm
down.
taking profit is if we get that false move up. I'm not going to risk that the 3-day down doesn't come down underneath where we are. So that for me will be a rescue ship to get out of some positions.
But what if, hear me out, if this is a bear flag, we dump Monday because of the Trump, FUD or whatever reason, we get to 106, and then we have the 3-day up. What do you think then?
I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I won't take it unless we go up first. If we go down first, I'll wait for the 3-day up and then I'll take profits. Excuse me. Just because we missed that monthly metric and I think we're going down doesn't mean I'm about to sell it now. Like, I don't sell red candles. I will wait until the next pump.
But
even
would
if
you
it's an
buy
SR
like if
flip,
we
right?
go?
Because typically your entry becomes resistance. So you get an SR flip, right?
Yeah.
Like if you didn't sell 112, well, after breaking below it, we went back above it to retest it as resistance, right? It even went a bit higher, actually, 113, right? You often get opportunity to sell. Well, not always, though. Not on impulses down. Not when Bitcoin goes down 30% in a single daily candle. But that
actually,
ain't
I
gonna
watched
happen.
something. I watched something interesting today that, like, someone was checking the chart when we was bumping towards the 20K, and there was three kind of like consolidation, pump, another consolidation, another pump, and this is the third wave before the actual strong pump. So if you can go there, and check it like the left side of that 20K pump back in 2017 on the daily.
I've seen all the overlays, but what you guys need to understand is what just happened right now. And I don't want to over stress it, but I don't want to under stress it either. Right? I was warning about this
Yeah,
for a
actually,
week
this is,
because of how important it is.
if you allow me to continue, that if we were mimicking the exact move in that time frame, so I believe that we still have some room to the downside because that drop was around like 28% from the top. So yeah, so we still have around like another 10% from here, or maybe 8% from here, which
Our,
is your 2.
our average retracement during this bull market has been about 22%. I get what you're saying about the overlay, but I don't like to go percentage for percentage unless it's something that follows into the next sort of cycle. We've had smaller retracements during this cycle than usually. Usually we used to get those, 28, 29, 30% retracements. We haven't seen that yet. But, I mean, yeah, the math would still be the same, right? Basically, if we did come down, we came down to target 1, we'd be at 16%. If we came down to target 2, we'd be at roughly 19%, 20%, which is about the average of what our drops have been. But I don't like to go by that too much. I just like to look for resistance and
You're thinking head and shoulder for the bull market pattern? I'm like that. If your target 2 gets hit and we get the dead cat bounce from there, then you're gonna have like a right shoulder back up to 112 resistance. Oh, and then yeah, head and shoulder, and then blow off top. Oh, that could be fun.
guys, as much as I like to future trip and shit, right now I'm in reaction mode. Less predicting.
It never
more
did a
reacting.
head and shoulders at the top like that.
Yeah, because I didn't hear you earlier, D. So you're a bit bearish. Your sounds like you're a bit bearish, right?
I mean, I was fine until we just failed to close above that monthly. So yeah, I have to be bearish now. That's what I was saying earlier. Close above the monthly, we're good. We shore up our positions and we take off. If we don't make that monthly close, that weekly close, then on a dead cat bounce, I'm letting go of some positions and I'm looking to pick up lower. And it adds, at least in my opinion, 2 weeks to our recovery.
At least.
So that'll be 2 red months in a row potentially, huh? Well, it depends how much.
Nah, just because September starts off red doesn't mean it has to end off red. And we could drop 5% in the first couple weeks of September and then pump 15% in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, especially with the CPI and FOMC, right?
The thing is, it's only Bitcoin dropping.
Another thing that can change it is if we get some sort of narrative that comes in that makes the degens not care about the macro chart. The problem is that what happened today changed the chart for people that only look at the daily and the weekly. Right? Obviously, everybody took profit. Like the taking profit up at the top was easy at 124. But the question is, do the profits come back in at this level where they should have? If we would have closed above that, that would have been the signal to pile back in profits that were taken at the top. This is the signal that you can get cheaper prices and it's not worth buying yet.
Yeah,
I'm talking for long-term investor macro guys. They don't tend to trade in and out of positions often, right? So they wait for confirmations like this.
Well, for me, it's losing the previous high activates a long time frame macro bearish setup. That could be the one for the bear market. And now that we have both triggers active, like you're below 112 and you're also below 100, well, the spike from January, which was 109 something, 109,500. Then yeah,
Wow.
you can fib it. You can fib both uptrends. Huh?
I'm curious what happens next.
Zusi, I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying BTC is the only one dropping. That's not true.
I'm not thinking about altcoins, although there are, well, with dominance at support here, dominance also is spiking up on the 1 minute, but overall, when you zoom out, it's down at support. But it's trying, yeah, maybe this isn't even support, I don't know. But it's back to where it was 5 years ago. We're back at September 2020. So, maybe it'll catch support here and go back up, but it's in a downtrend and with dominance going down, alts are dropping less than Bitcoin. And you see it on ETH. You just see it on ETH.
Well, two
It's
of
all
my coins
relative.
are down
Excuse
3x
me.
to Bitcoin's drop.
I'm looking at 1069, or basically a full sweep of this liquidity here. That would also free our
Oh.
trap shorts and signal our false move down. This is why we plan, guys. This is why we plan for both scenarios. So that right now you're not panicking, thinking, oh shit, what does this mean? What do I do? What's the next step?
Yeah, thank you for that. Literally, I'm so grateful. I would have been shitting bricks. Sorry for my French, by the way.
Nah, you're good, brother.
That's not French.
Super French. All our bad words are French.
Yeah,
Really?
just blame it all on Zuzi.
Yeah. Like something we say here
Well-
whenever somebody curses, or like, pardon my French. Like, no, it wasn't a bad word. It's just a French word you don't know.
Yes.
Also, I was thinking about other charts like gold, like SPY. They're not really dropping yet. I mean, we had a red Friday. That's all. It's fine.
Let's put things into perspective, because I know people in chat are like, damn, Dbloc's bearish. What the hell? Our target one is 3% down from where we're at. Our target two is 6.5% down from where we're at. That's what I'm talking about. That type of move. Now, if we close a weekly candle underneath, we won't even talk about that right now. Let's focus on the near term.
No, it's 95K, 94K, somewhere there. The answer, if you do that, yeah. But it's good to think about that at 124, of course. Or even at 112, or even here. You're right. I mean, maybe I should.
No,
sell
most
here because we're
most
closer
people,
to
I
weekly,
assume, took their profits at the top and have started to sprinkle in, and maybe are considering taking out those entries now. But I don't think everybody was all in. I mean, obviously, people that never took profits, then yeah, they're just gonna be more underwater now. But as far as the rotation play goes,
Well, depends when they bought, right? It's just unrealized P&L going up and down.
I mean, I wasn't on. I was playing Dead Cat Harmonics, not Dead Cat Bounce, because nothing was really bouncing. It was just kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Just
Let
lower
me guess,
lows.
Link took a beating here, or
Let's take a quick glance at the alts and see. Just
no, it's fine. It's still 1%.
14% down on Altura, 12% down on Zero Bro. Those are kind of the big hits. Yeah, everything else is basically between 1 and 2%.
Trump is green.
Pole is up 8% for the day still. That's the news that you don't like to trade, Lucy. Pole was on
There's
that
news
list.
on Pole already?
It was one of the blockchains that were on that list of Department of Commerce for bringing GDP data and all that shit on in-chain.
Nice. Now we can sell the news, right?
They were named
I
directly.
won't though. I won't. It's way too low still.
I mean, that's like a 24-hour percentage down. But
He
like from
just
the
likes
high
to
of the
live
week,
by these cliches. Just let him. Not always sell the news, you see. Now, when the news comes out of nowhere, right? It's sell the news when there's a rumor that leads up and there's a bid up into the news, and then the news drops.
But people were bearish on MATIC when it was down. Now they're becoming bullish.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the speculative part is what's starting now on these assets specifically. Link, Sol, well, these have already Link, Sol, XLM already did their thing, but AVAX, Pole, OP, definitely Pyth, and ARB were all super lackluster with no type of buzz or anything that would get people excited about buying it at all. So when the list came out, Yeah, so when the list came out and everybody, and you look at the list and you're like, well, damn, XRP is already gone. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna buy Link. That thing already went crazy. XLM already went crazy. Doesn't leave much.
Is it an official list or is it a
Yeah, they
social media
announced.
list?
So what they're doing is, it's funny. So they wanted to keep the chain, and they wanted to diversify the chains. So they're doing like GDP on ETH, PCE on XLM. It's like they're splitting the data across chains. All the data will be on all the chains, but for redundancy.
Okay, it's to pump them all and not, so that the more people are happy about the news.
I think it's just to bring the data online, but I might have read it wrong.
But it's the narrative right now, right? With
How long have we
government
talked about that?
ETF, government this, government that. It's all about government.
Do you think the government decided to put the data online to pump these 9 blockchains, and not just because Trump was tired of having to fire people because they kept fudging the numbers?
Well, isn't it the list?
Probable.
Isn't it the Trump list of good crypto, American crypto to buy?
Nah, this was the the Department of Commerce that came out and just listed what they were working on. Right, when they explained the whole bringing shit on chain, they basically explained how it would work, who their oracles would be, what blockchains they were going to host on.
Okay. It's not politically
But
driven.
more importantly, what we talked about before was just the idea of this, right? Like, we're one step away from voting being on chain. Like, being able to follow, or your taxes being on chain, right? The taxes that you pay. Like that dream that we always had of being able to follow, being able to follow every single dollar that you spend in taxes to its endpoint, right? On chain.
But how is the CIA gonna fund itself if that happens? It's a bad idea too.
Well, they already told Trump that he can't have their Bitcoin. Like, all departments need to turn in their Bitcoin. The CIA was like, look, bro,
I'm keeping mine.
The way
but their black budget is paid for by other things too, just cash confiscation and other asset confiscation, not just Bitcoin.
Yeah, but of all those assets that are confiscated, that's the one that's going to appreciate the most. You know what I mean? So I'm sure it's their cash cow. It basically ensures those sort of black operations into the future for the CIA.
I just watched that interview about that spy that writes a book, and he's going around going all the podcasts, and he basically said that there are times that his department has created businesses that have gone so successful, they're front businesses, but they're legitimate, to the point where he's like, why am I continuing to do this? I should just quit my agent job and work for the business.
I like BitTens or Bitcoin. Your bet on Tile would be that we have an AI narrative. Only way it doesn't outperform is if there's just no AI narrative during this whole season, which is impossible in my opinion. And it's actually lost a lot of its market cap. It's a way more attractive buy now than it was, December, obviously.
What concerns me about this is, like, what if we don't get a stopping volume candle and it just kind of slowly creeps its way into pumping again? Like how are you dealing with that?
Oh, I don't really have a lot of interest on jumping in any pump here until I see some liquidity taken out. This thing took the wind out of the sails. This shit literally put a whole sector of traders on the sideline and kept their liquidity pool also on the sideline, right? So it's like
they'll get back in at 112. Don't worry.
We sweep this liquidity, I'll jump in on scalp for some daily bread. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
All it means is, you know, get comfortable. It's not like a buckle up scenario. There's gonna be but it's more like a just get comfortable, bro. Find a comfortable chair, put on your comfortable hoodie, and try to bring your expectations down just a little bit for the next week or so.
Well, the bullish outcome for next weekly would be to have like, back up to 112, right?
Bullish outcome for next week, in my opinion, had we closed above monthly, was all-time highs. Or at least a very good attempt at it.
Oh, okay. I see. That's why.
You see what I mean? So now, so
You
like,
wanted
look,
the summer flip. Yeah, well, yeah.
look at this chart on the weekly here, because these candles were both very similar, right? The last time when we came down to 70 or to 97, we had the same issue here. We had that range that mattered. We came down underneath the range, but we closed within. And then our next 3 weekly candles were super bullish. Problem is, closing under now means your next weekly candle opens up underneath resistance. Right? This line right here.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Yeah, definitely.
And just, I mean, some of this shit really is easier just on a naked chart. You can see it right there. Right? It makes all the sense in the world why you don't want that candle closing underneath. But I guess there's still 8 minutes, right, to close above. There's still 8 minutes. Let's see what
It's
type
only
of
1%, right?
Let's see
if
what
somebody
yeah, I
wants
was
to
gonna
pump
say.
it 1%, it's like just $1 billion is enough.
Bro, that shit was to happen at this point. That would be crazy. Yeah, it's right about 1%. Anybody want to pump Bitcoin 1% real quick?
Do you take the news of the courts basically shooting down Trump's tariffs at bullish or bearish?
It's bullish. I think it's bullish because there will be an appeal and all that, but people have memories of these pauses being bullish. Right? It takes a lot of price. It puts a lot of liquidity back into the system as well, at least temporarily. I just think it's crazy. And apparently, I just automatically assumed it was political, right? But apparently, the judges looking over this shit aren't really liberals, you know? Like, it's not, I don't think you can add this one to like the witch hunt list, even though there is a witch hunt list, but I'm not sure if this is one of them. I think they really found something in the way he did it that was just wrong.
I don't rule out that they're not captured by foreign influence, though.
This is big money you're talking about. If it's a time to bribe a judge, this is the time. You know what I mean? All the money that your corporation has been stacking away or that your industry has been stacking away. Like, if there was ever a time to try to exert some influence, this is probably it. Whether it's a country or, you know, an entire industry.
You know, Cash Patel's all over that judge right now, probably bugging his office.
Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys right now, but I'll tell you exactly what happened here before we even switch to it. The counterparty, right? We've been whales versus market makers this whole time. I don't think it is a coincidence that they stopped us right before getting to that spot. And if you take a look at, let's turn on our whale watch here. Right, looks pretty clean there. Manipulation X at the bottom. Let's see if we had any up top.
They're trying to make Wall Street sell. What are these whales doing?
I get cheaper prices, man. They're greedy.
Yeah, but
the greed at the top is like worse than the greed at the bottom. So we had to come down to the 15-second, but look at this. One, two, three, four. You even had that 4x, a little bit of whale exhaustion. But breaking this line put in people's minds that we weren't going to close above, right? Breaking that structure. So their money got put in to affect the chart, make it look like structure broke, which it did, and then people reacted to it. But that's just good old-fashioned, well, interference, let's call it. Let's not call it manipulation. It's just interference.
But range structure, not season structure.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this doesn't do anything to the overall season. Whales can't affect the cycle. Until BlackRock decides that it wants to do some nefarious shit and all the other ETFs, you know, then we can start talking about it. But regular institutional whales, Bitcoin whales, the Bitcoin whales that have the money to affect the cycle are the ones keeping it afloat. Because why the hell would you want to change something that's, you know what I mean? The whales and the miners. So these whales that just want to come in, get lower prices, they can affect the daily, they can affect the, you know, weekly or whatever, 4 hour or whatever, but they can't affect the cycle.
Is it whales or could that be market maker? Look where those X's are. The volume isn't very high at each of those 4 points, you know? So it's like hold it right on that and then look down at the volume at those zones.
That whole thing would be full of vectors.
I just would have expected it to be larger volume. So just wonder if it's market maker doing it and leaving gaps.
Doesn't need to be. All they needed to do was break support. Fear and where we were on the chart did the rest of it. I saw like 4 YouTube videos today with people really stressing the importance of this shit, which is cool. I mean, they were making people aware at least, but that also means that everybody was aware of the importance of it. Right? And when everybody's looking in one direction, then
75 CBBI. I am worried about this. This is
beautiful.
Nothing burger.
But yeah, nothing we could do about that, guys. All we can do is make a plan for both situations so that we're not stressed out when one side or the other happens.
The thing is, you have to choose one, right? And that's the difficulty in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And bias-wise, it's a bit hard being bearish here. I don't know.
Listen, I tend to be bullish during bull markets, just as a general rule on the macro. But you can hold two, you know, you can hold 2 sentiments at the same time. Shit, you can hold 3 sentiments at the same time. You could be bullish on the 1 minute, bearish on the hourly, and bullish on the macro. Very easily.
I mean, what's the difference between being bearish and then and the concept of getting out of the way to let them play their games? I mean, I don't see that.
I think the only time it's truly bearish is when you're taking your money and you don't plan on getting back in. That's when you're being bearish. If you're taking money to reaccumulate, how is that bearish? Like, you're not being bearish. You want more coin. You know what I mean? You like, I'm bullish. I'm so bullish that I'm not happy with my coin count.
What's the volume on that big red one? How much happened in that?
It's nothing compared to Friday, but I guess it's the biggest of the weekend, except that 109.4 rejection.
Look, we saw this volume pick up. Your first volume spike of this whole thing, right? When retail started reacting was right here. When we turn our indicator back on.
Yeah, like how many people sold at the bottom?
It was
Look at the size of the volume.
And then it started the cascade, right? Every step it went lower, every price point it went lower, more people got convinced the monthly wasn't going to close high. Now the difference is that I agree, but that doesn't mean I'm selling red, right? I know, I understand market structure. I understand that price will go back up eventually. We don't sell red candles, right? As a life rule. Or at least I don't.
Well, sometimes it's good to sell red candles too. Breakout trades.
Where do we do that with any other asset?
But yeah, it's not a good idea overall.
You sell assets when they're appreciating. Or at least we're supposed to.
Talking about assets, gold is about to break out into price discovery again. SPY just did it last Friday. Nasdaq is, well...
My
Nasdaq
4K is getting closer and closer, man. I remember when 4K sounded like a pipe dream.
Nasdaq is more tricky because it failed to put a higher high last week, but yeah, maybe we're starting a downtrend on Nasdaq actually. Well, we need a lower low below 23,000 to confirm it a bit, yeah.
Dude, it's hard right now. I mean, I opened up my safe and I look at all my silver coins and I'm just like, oh man, do I wait more? Or do I?
I don't know, I think silver's gonna go. But remember, we're building that handle, right? So I do expect when we get to that neckline that we have some issues. Let's do a little 15-second TA here. Go down to the 5-second.
Yeah, we're already trading Bitcoin actively. Why bother also trading stuff like silver? You know, aren't these like your safe bets in case crypto goes down to 0 and gets banned? And,
No, it's not not all that. There's a couple. I mean, one, I just like gold. Most of my gold is in like chains and shit. Like, so I like to use it as an excuse to spoil myself with shit that I want. First of all, second of all,
you're not gonna sell it all, right?
No, I am gonna sell it, of course. Second of all, it was a macro breakout of a multi-decade pattern. Like I have to play that.
Okay, I see. But how about you? I don't buy any metals, but if I bought like silver, gold, I'd just keep them for in case I need it one day. No, I wouldn't like really actively trade it. I'd look at more
it's
like
a good rotational play during the bear market. If you get lucky and everything lines up correctly, it's a decent rotational play.
August candle has closed. Look at that.
Yeah, not good, bro.
Yeah.
Not good. We did not get what we wanted.
In a sense, we needed a red candle too on the monthly, right? Like,
Zeusy, you're gonna drive yourself dizzy trying to.
But it's what we talked about for a while. Having a red August increases the probability of a green September.
You would have still had a red August if you closed above. That wouldn't have made it a green August. That would have made it support on the macro, which
and it failed.
Means something.
It failed to engulf the previous month, right? There are some bullish stuff here too.
You're gonna get a headache trying to find something bullish here.
But I'm telling you, it's not a bearish engulfing. So
yeah, it's not a like a death candle down to 10K either. So
yeah.
I mean, you can look at that and say that's bullish too.
No, I'm not saying it's bullish. I'm just saying it's not as bearish as it could have been by engulfing to 107, which we could have because we went there on Friday, right? You would have made it look like a real reversal candle. This candle in August achieved a new all-time high and a higher low. Right? That week is higher than the previous one, than the previous one, than the previous one. It's the highest week low we've ever done on Bitcoin. Yeah. Bitcoin never had a candle this high at its low.
We don't even have stopping volume candles down on this time frame, which is crazy. This is such a doo-doo bounce.
But yeah, it looks like a bit of a reversal candle, of course. Maybe tweezer-ish.
Oh god, here comes the tweezers.
All right, W's been invalidated. Telling you guys, I'm not interested in any of this shit until we sweep this liquidity.
The last liquidity never gets swept. It gets built and stays there. This one spent the whole weekend building, so I fully agree with you.
This is gonna get swept.
But that last trade that you catch at the bottom of a downtrend, it never takes that liquidity, or otherwise you don't catch it. Just by definition, yeah.
Hey, you guys obviously remember Epic. How far does it go down before he pops back in the chat?
I don't know where
He's usually here during uptrends, though.
No, man, he always comes around when it's in the don't F it up zone.
Oh. I confuse Epic and Enoch. Anyway, which one is... Well, I hope he's fine.
That's how I know it's getting, like, the sentiment is getting bearish, is then I hear his voice in chat, and I'm like, okay, well, I gotta look at the chart. He's literally an indicator.
Sweep it. This sweep gives us our free trap shorts, which gives us our false move down, which is the only bit of hopium I could give you for a rescue ship 3-day up.
Yeah, just an ABC, you know. Either we bounce from golden or we put a lower low and bounce from there. And if that doesn't happen too, we'll look at the next setup.
Never gets old.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm waiting for my song.
It always lightens the mood. Every time he does that, I just grin.
Bruh, somebody stole my... No!
Yeah, we're going to have something better for her.
Bro, somebody stole my toothpaste from my Amazon package. Who does that? They like legit tore my package open, left my cat diffusers in there, and then stole my toothpaste, rewrapped the Amazon bag, and then threw it back up on top of the mailbox. Like, why didn't the delivery driver put it in front of my door?
I don't know, but somebody that needs to steal toothpaste, they can just have it.
Dude, that's late
like
stage empire stuff right
we're
there.
doing the community a favor. Like, that person's breath is kicking. You know how many boxes they opened up looking for that toothpaste and finally found it?
Like, I brought something home useful after all the things I've stolen.
Like a
I guess they
scavenger
could have
hunt.
taken the cat diffusers.
It makes me want to do an AI video so bad on that.
Listen, I wrote a letter and I put it on the mailbox, and it says, "There's an Amazon thief in the neighborhood. I don't know why you took my toothpaste, but I guess you needed it more than I did." And then I wrote the whole thing in Spanish as well. Cuidado.
Hey, maybe we'll have homeless people with awesome smelling breath now.
Silver lining. Monster said order them a toothbrush. Just leave it on the porch until they take it.
So if that's a sign of a bull market,
Listen, the gap between people who don't have shit and people who happen to have a little is very big right now.
Yeah, and the EBT card don't buy toothpaste.
Are you serious? I didn't know that, and I
You
usually know a
you
lot
can't
about.
get any hygiene products.
Yeah, I've been on it once.
What?
I couldn't get feminine products. I couldn't get laundry detergent. Although
There's a reason
that
that don't like.
stuff should be free, in my opinion. But whatever.
But you can buy Hostess cupcakes.
You can go to McDonald's now.
Yeah, I can go Jack in the Box. I can go to
Fuck, man.
7-Eleven.
You could spend your entire EBT check on cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I'm not on EBT. I have been before, so I know. But you legit have to like fill out so many forms to the government like every 3 weeks. They want to know what color your energy is.
There's forced work now too. It's like unemployment, where you have to show that you're looking for work. Unless you have a job that just doesn't meet your need, then that's different. Because that's what most people that get EBT, that's what it is, right? They have jobs. The job just doesn't stretch to pay for rent, food, and everything else. Because you got to give them your expenses.
I also had to go to Lowe's and get a snake or an auger because one of my toilets is clogged. So I went to the grocery outlet and I tried to buy one. I bought a plunger, a salmon fillet, and some broccoli. And the guy then tries to swat a fly with a fly swatter as I'm trying to pay. I swear, like, Southern California people don't know how to deal with 91-degree heat. They start acting strange. Still toothpaste, swap flies. I don't know. Anyway, the first plunger didn't work. I had to go back, get a different plunger. That one didn't work. I had to go to Lowe's, get an auger.
Holy cow, what did you have to eat?
Angry chicks.
This channel.
You're not supposed to have Taco Bell 5 days in a row.
The Cypher channel is so diverse in knowledge.
So if you ever need an auger recommendation, I'm gonna give this one a whirl.
It's so relevant too, because it's exactly what Bitcoin's doing right now. It's dumping.
Aside, if we just ignore this monthly candle, right, this would be what we expected. CME closed. We had a little bit of a gap. Prices come down, cleared that CME. We're taking out the liquidations inside of the weekend trap. That monthly candle adds a little bit of sauce to it, obviously. But if we just look at price structure and this is normal shit, that M pattern will probably take us for that to take out our trap longs. Our trap shorts. And then we'll see where our bottom is on Monday, and we'll look for our 3-day up. Like I said, there's nothing you can do about the macro for like a week or two, so worrying about it is not gonna. You just go back to trading, back to momentum trading. It just sucks for people that were heavy alts, Again, excuse me. Again. And there is a part of me that wants to be like, well, yeah, I won't listen. But, have empathy. I understand. But I can't tell you how many times I've pulled up that chart and said we're in Ethereum season and there's a slight overlap into some of the top 10. But we haven't seen that rotation into alts completely yet. We'll turn this fan down. It's cold as shit in here.
Doesn't that world coin whatever come out tomorrow, September 1st? Trump thing? Yeah, the World Liberty Financial one. I can think of the name of it.
World Liberty, that doesn't even make sense.
It's like world freedom, liberty.
Yeah, it's like a double negative.
Liberate the world of their money.
That sounds more like it.
Time to get to work, gang. So my question for everybody is, if we get this false move down and we get a 3-day up, and we reject off of that SR right there, come up, grab that vector gap, reject off that SR, or put in any lower high at all, what's your plan? Right? Are you going to just get excited and we're just going to think it's going to go up and to the right from there? Or are there some decisions that need to be made on some of your weaker positions? Right? Times like this aren't times to panic and be like, oh, I should have never been in all these alts. Let me dump all my bags. But it is time to plan for what you're going to do the next time that you've got some green candles across the board. Not financial advice.
I sold a little too early, man, but I still sold in the green. I wish it could have went up more, but whatever.
A lot of people right now that wish they could say they sold too early. And then on what they're holding.
But they're all underwater, you know, mainly on Bitcoin.
With a Bitcoin heavy portfolio, this doesn't sting as much. I feel like a grandpa saying that shit all the time. But
so you see where that weekend trap green candle is on your chart? Right before I sold right before it pumped on my alts for the high for the weekend trap. So that's what I mean. I missed out on that little pump, but whatever, man.
Yeah. So
But
this
the
was that
value-
level that we were
sorry.
looking at. We were saying if that 50 EMA didn't hold, we would come back down into resistance. Well, hasn't broken any serious levels yet. But we haven't retested the downtrend of this falling wedge. Right? Broke out, never retested. Your level 4 traders are still down here waiting for entries. And your psychological lows right at 4,336. So in my opinion, we at least come down into this liquidity. Maybe we don't sweep it all if that downtrend holds. But she's coming down. Unless Bitcoin makes a really strong reversal here.
With ES up 0.3% currently, it's starting to give an opportunity to some of these traders, no? Like, what's up with this divergence?
This doesn't affect the overall cycle 4-star, in my opinion. This just delays us for like a week or two. It's more of effect on the macro guys than anything. I would say 90% of retail don't even realize the importance of closing underneath that level. Which is why it'll still be okay to day trade this shit. If not, I'd be stepping completely out of the way. Yeah, we've got our levels to watch. If you look at the if you look at our macro here, right? We've been saying this whole time, this is the range that matters. If this weekly candle was to close below, right here where it says no weekly candles close below. Weekly candle close below, so we're looking at 1, which is at 1043, or target 2. If target 2 breaks, then we can start talking about real pain. But right now, what happened by not holding that is that this entire thing right here became a deviation out of this range.
Yeah, the 90K to 108 one, yeah.
Yeah. And when price deviates out of the range and comes back into the range, it retests the bottom of the range.
It can hold the middle. So
it can do anything.
95 or 98.
It can do anything, but generally, more times than not, it hits the bottom of the range. But yeah, it could do anything. It could always do anything.
In a bullish breakout, the middle of the range has kind of higher probability of holding than going all the way to the bottom. But
which is why I'm looking at 1 to hold. But we'll have to see when we get there. 1 is also, so if you look at our value area, corner control is way up here. But 1 is also sitting right where our value area low is. Right? So this is how I have it drawn out. You guys see with the deviation up here and this range, because we've been trading that the whole time. If you pay attention to the visible range, 1 second. If you pay attention to the boundaries of the visible range, right, the value area high, value area low, it paints a little bit of a different picture, right? It gives you this range, which would make this a deviation out of the bottom, and this a deviation out of the top. And instead of coming all the way down to 2, 1 would be the bottom of the range. Okay, so that's why I have 1 and 2 lined up, covering all the bases. All right, we swept all those 100Xs. We're at the bottom of the weekend trap. Now's when we see if this is going to be our false move down or not. Remember, that doesn't mean it stops here. False move down can continue all the way till Monday to find our bottom on Monday. But it'll signal at least that we can prepare for a 3-day up, or at least I'll be preparing for a 3-day up. Which, like I said, if we have trouble getting over this resistance, or more importantly, over that 800 EMA, then I will be lightening the load. Only thing that can change it, in my opinion, is a very quick move. right? If this weekly candle just gives us a wick under and we body close way above the range, then that might be a bullish enough signal to sort of counter the fact that we lost it. And then we would have to wait a week, right? Hold on, let me go to another chart where...
Isn't it FOMC week this week?
No.
Oh, it's next week.
Yeah. So look, this is what I'm talking about here. So these are the tops that we had to hold, or that we wanted to hold, right? So that weekly candle already broke the range we're not supposed to be in. But if this weekly candle was to do something crazy, like pop up and like clear CME or something, or pop up higher, then the next weekly candle, we'd be looking to come down and hold that support. Right? That way, it's a possibility where it's still bullish, but this candle has to overperform. This weekly candle has to be like double digits. And then on the way back down from that retrace, the most bullish scenario would be that it holds that wick as support. Right? So you're looking for this weekly candle would have to pop up way above 112, but at least above 112. And then the next weekly candle would have to hold support at 112. And then we can erase that little blip. But like I said, it has to happen fast. If you don't see that happen within the next couple days, in my opinion, you can start forgetting about the whole idea. Sweep it. Massive vector candles on the way down. I'm definitely swinging at any stopping volume candle we get in this range, even though I think we can go lower, because like I said, there's like an expiration date on the false move. You'll usually get the bottom on Monday, but with this amount of vector gaps, I'm shooting.
Yo, market's closed tomorrow too, right?
Yeah.
That's just what I was going to ask. With it being a Monday tomorrow, but the market's closed, does that play
I
any?
mean, it could be an extension. We've seen 3-day weekends. We've seen the false move end on a Tuesday like morning.
Couldn't this just
Yeah, crypto. None of that changes that. None of that
Send it here.
changes the idea of this becoming a green month. Look at what happened on the monthly candles over here. Let me show you. Look at these monthly candles, or actually the weekly candles. What am I doing? So the last time that we were in this range, right, where we tried to hold the same thing we were trying to do now, that next weekly candle still broke support, right? But it was such a bullish candle that there was no denying you're already breaking levels. We were off and to the right basically at that point. So you can come down. Remember, this is like 5% drop. You can come down to 1 and then pump and have this just be the wick underneath, right? Came down, took care of the value area low that we were looking at, took care of the downtrend we were looking at. But if it doesn't pump up within the week, then we're going to 2, in my opinion.
You'll end up with a bullish engulfing September, August candle.
Yeah, but if we look
September
at
closes above 112, it's going to be a bullish engulfing anyway.
If we look at the monthly, just to explain what I'm saying, right? Even in the most bearish scenario, let's say price does come all the way down to 2, right? As long as it closes above 109, then this candle's green, right? You could still have a green September, but we have to get some of this business out of the way. What's going on with my shit right now? I'm having a seizure whenever I try to draw something.
So basically, there's a dip to catch in September.
I expect in the next 2 weeks to get buyable dips. Yeah.
What a surprise. You know, in June, it's where Bitcoin was. Typical stuff in the end, huh?
Yeah. Gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
But it's only on Bitcoin. Imagine you sold a SPY, you went on vacation, you're back.
I mean, this doesn't mean, yeah, I mean, to your point, this doesn't mean that alts are also going to go down as much as this, right? If ETH, it really is in the outperformance cycle and we really are overflowing into the top 10s, then Bitcoin coming down 5% will mean maybe a 3% drop for ETH or a 2% drop for ETH. Right, and if it happens slowly enough, which we don't want, right, because we want that candle to pop, but if it did happen to sort of stair step down, then each time Bitcoin went sideways, the alts would just go up and to the right. Problem is, this doesn't look great right now. Dominance is pumping, right? We need to make sure that we don't crawl back into the 60s.
It's exactly what's happening since the summer high. Since the summer high, we have a downtrend on Bitcoin, while a lot of alts are in an uptrend.
Yeah.
Even stuff like Solana made a local uptrend now.
Oh, speaking of, was that Pyth sell a good idea? Yep. There was. Fire sale.
A golden bucket of the bear market is not a joke. Especially when you go straight up to it.
This in the short term. What time is it? Oh, Asian session just started too. Let's go. I like their algo, man. I feel like their algo is stronger, even when they're not in session. Like, this is a lot of vectors on the way down. This huge imbalance on the way down. Should be on. Yep. See, there's a stopping volume candle. All right. Hold on.
You even have your W and your higher low on the right part on the 1 second, but that's the 1 second.
Gonna take a swing. This is not a recommendation. I'm actually warning.
786.
I'm actually warning against it. But yeah, this is, if you're a sniper, this is where you're gonna take your shot at. Crow's doing the thing. Yeah. Crow's getting some love. Remember, guys, on dips like this, days like this, you almost get to look into the future, right? And what I mean is, like, you get to see what retail is interested in, right? When things dip, the things that recover the quickest are the things that have the most mind share. And if it recovers off a Bitcoin dip that quick, then when Bitcoin pumps, these are going to be the ones that pump the hardest, right? Because they're showing relative strength against Bitcoin. So pay attention to the coins that you have on your list that recover the fastest. And also pay attention to the ones that just sit at the bottom for a couple days, right? Because that means that there's nobody lined up to buy it. I set a pretty hefty ATR here. I got a 3 ATR, and I'm probably gonna DCA into this. So be very careful trying to play this right now. I know it sucks, bro. It's a hard pill to swallow sometimes when you look at the portfolio and your favorite coin isn't reacting. Just think of it like this, right? Everything went on sale. Right? Like a whole store goes on sale. The shelves that get emptied the most, right? The quickest, that's the shit people like. the shit that sits on the shelf and it's been on sale for 3-4 days, 5 days, and you know that means something too.
Hey, maybe it's just me, but I don't know what sale you guys are talking about. I really don't. Like,
I know
if
you
it's
see,
down
you know.
1% and Bitcoin is down 1.2%.
Go look at some of the alts.
I have plenty alts. They're all up from a few days ago. They're having a red weekend. Well, no, some of them are having a green weekend in the end. But in the last 24 hours, yeah, some of them went down, some went... Actually, it's odd. My watch list was like half green, half red. I guess now there's more red than green. Oh, no. Well, with the daily open, stuff changed in my watch list. But I looked earlier and the market was odd. You had like half of the coins that were green and half that were red. But you know, you got Doge still at that 20-cent area. Solana still around 200. Like if these were at, I mean, if Solana was at 160, then I would fully agree and call it a red day. But you know,
shit, it better not. I made my ETH Solana rotation already. Not fully, but partial.
So yeah, to your point, these are still good levels to sell overall, even though it's a red candle on the small time frames. When you zoom out,
that was not my point at all. My point was,
well, it was earlier on Bitcoin, right?
Don't sell red candles.
But it's all a perspective thing here, right? It's red on the small time frames. When you zoom out, we're still in very much green.
People only care about their current position. Nobody's thinking macro right now.
But it's about the macro bags, no?
No, I feel you. I
position.
understand completely because that's how I feel. But if you're in alts before you're supposed to be there, and you know it's the third time that you buy in, and now you're underwater again, like that has an effect.
Yeah. Well,
that shit is.
Oh no, I'm having trouble being panicked with ETH at 4,400. But these are good times to panic sell because hey, it could drop to like 2,000 again. But you're gonna need to stick with that plan if you sell here, and good luck with that one. Well, it might work. 2,800, yeah. Like 2,800 on ETH would be a nice dip to buy. Yeah, it's gonna need time, probably like 6 months, but it will happen.
Brad, I like ENA. ENA is gonna do decent off of this damn Genius bill.
Seriously? It's a Chinese coin and they're putting it in the American Genius bill thingy?
I didn't say that. The Genius bill is what opened up all the liquidity for stable coins. So it's
not
gonna be
Chinese,
a
it's
recipient.
Singapore.
A recipient
Asia.
of that.
My ENA is staked, locked, blah blah blah. There's plenty of stuff going on with ENA, but you're getting like good APY on that. Like a lot of alts that go to zero, they give you good APY.
On the daily, you're still in your bull flag. 4 hours still in your bull flag, but you do have an M pattern that if you come down underneath 6.1, 6.4, right, will be a break. You had a little false break once, but it came back in the range. If that breaks, then you have 2 levels to watch. Your first level to watch, where you need to be worried about, obviously, is like I just said, that break right there. Right. Your second level would be the bottom of your bull flag. If the bottom of your bull flag doesn't hold, if you're even willing to hold it through that to check, but if your bottom of your bull flag doesn't hold, then your measured move for your M pattern is more than likely going to play out. Yeah, like I
I don't
said,
know,
out
but
of
it,
out
it
of all
itself, but
the recipients of like of a benefit, I guess I should say, from the Genius Act, ENA is probably the one that still has the most left to go in it.
it's the governance token of that chain network, ERC20 on ETH, right? And it's about USDE, their stablecoin. Like that's where you get good APY. You can also get APY on ENA, of course. But, there for Web3, yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do with ENA. You can lock your stake. Like I'm staking and I'm not taking profit. They love it.
So we
'Cause you
broke out
get
of that. We broke out of that downtrend and we retested on Crow. So when everything dropped right there, it gave you that retest of the downtrend, and apparently some people were standing in line to buy. I'm way ahead of you, Shadrix, except I'm only buying Bitcoin right now. And I'm waiting to see when I buy my Pyth back.
Well, honestly, you'd need a few daily candles to confirm support after that huge spike up. No, on something like Pyth, you know, these big up pushes. I guess it could just turn around and go back up and give you a double top at that 26-cent area. 26 cents is a local golden. Yeah, it's not the bear market golden. That one is higher. It's 42 cent on Pyth. I think that's ultimately a better target. Sorry.
Hey, Dbloc, can you flash up that screen that has those 8 coins that the government's showing their reports on or whatever, real quick?
But 16 cent Dbloc on Pyth. Oh,
The one you haven't.
Back, huh?
So this is a good example of what I was talking about. You see how all of these coins equally have mind share, right? None of them are just sitting at the bottom off of that yet. But the one you can't see is Link. Link, Sol, XLM, AVAX, Pyth, OP, Pol, and Arbitrum.
See, they all had a reaction there.
Yeah, because there's buzz, right? Their names in the street. All my knife catches out there. This is when it's good to be a 1 trader and not a 2 trader. But if you're like me and you didn't go all in, you're still waiting for your level 2 trade, which is your higher low. Thought you were just making fun of us for catching a fallen knife, JR. Or did I misread that?
People, Bitcoin moves 0.5% down and up. You gotta stay neutral sometimes too, no? Like,
That's
you
what we
can't
got
get
you for,
bearish
Zuzu.
at. No, I mean, my point is you can't get bearish at a small move down and then get bullish at a small move. Well, I actually, if you do both, then I guess it's perfect to reverse and make money. But yeah, if you don't get bearish on a dip, then you shouldn't get bullish on a rip either. Be like neutral.
When you're scalping on the 5-minute, you don't have the luxury to do that. You're trading momentum.
We're exiting the weekend range bound anyway, so we'll see what this week brings us. Continuation down of the downtrend, or maybe a reversal. Like you said, if it's not this week, maybe the second week of September. But I think last month, the 2nd of August, was a good dip to buy and hold it till the middle of the month, where we had the summer top. Well, we'll see what September does. You would expect a bit the opposite, right? Continuation down for 2 weeks and then reversal up towards the middle of the month. But that would put our lowest point like around the 14th, but well, maybe 12th, let's say. FOMC? It lines up with FOMC, right? It's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, the 17th, I think. I have to check. I have to double check.
Now it's already about front running FOMC, no? At least on Bitcoin. On the other charts, people didn't TP. But yeah, in the order book, we have 107 left, 105 left. There's like still some supports left. While when you look upward, they completely forgot to give any resistance above. Like there's literally nothing before 120. That's odd. When you're confident enough, you can push price down, and you don't even feel the need to put any resistance. Well, I guess it's proof that you're in a downtrend.
Yeah. As far as current price action, guys, going back to the 15-minute, I pointed at that large drop of red vectors, right? Like, we've been doing this long enough to know, even if this is going to continue to go down, market maker is going to try to get some of these back. So that's the vector recovery that we're in right now. And retail stepping in. We had one green candle, and then if you look on a 15-minute, right? This is a straight retail candle here. Eventually, market maker will join the party and he'll flip the screen.
Yeah,
He's not.
But for now, if you didn't catch the fallen knife, right? If you didn't catch the level 1 trade, you're waiting for that level 2 trade. And you're waiting for that retracement, that retest of the 50, clear half of these vectors, and that would be your level 2 entry if you were interested in this trade.
Yeah, I just got knocked out. I took that at the very low, but it was only a $500 contract. So yeah, it kicked me out. So yeah, man, that was awesome. Man, I'm so glad I hang out with you.
Appreciate it, bro. All right, so half of that vector is sitting right at that 50 EMA, right? So we rejected off of the 200. Chances are we come back, test the 50. If that holds and pushes away and you get some volume, then that's what we would call a level 2 entry. You want to see some volume come in on that hit, though. That's cool, though, Adrian. That's why I talk about the different levels of entry, though, right? I didn't get as much as I wanted either on the fallen knife because I'm not crazy. You know what I mean? I got to hedge against myself. But that's when your level 2 drop comes in and your 3, you know, your breakout and your 4, your retest. Those are all positions where you get more confidence in the trade. Those are times where I take advantage and I add to my trades. By level 4, I'm completely allocated.
New movie they're making about Bitcoin. What's the name of it? I think it's gonna be pretty good. Killing Satoshi.
I forgot my camera was on. I'm glad I didn't do anything crazy.
It's odd seeing Bitcoin almost make a lower low while ETH barely retraced 50%. Like, that means we pumped on the pair quite a lot, right? Like 5%? No? 3, yeah, 3. It's probably up like 3% on the pair compared to Friday.
Oh, Killing Satoshi, that's the name of it. A new Bitcoin-themed conspiracy thriller. The film explores the mystery surrounding Bitcoin's creator. Killing Satoshi. Ha ha ha. The two main characters are pretty big actors, Casey Affleck and Pete Davidson. Bitcoin.
Looks like we fell a little short on the weekly monthly close, huh?
Yep.
Is this where you want to see a lot of volume?
Yeah, anywhere between this 50 and 50% of that vector. You want to see things start to pick up here.
But it can't. You'll have volume at 107 if we go fill that guy, or you'll have volume at 109. But that's only 23 Bitcoin anyway, but it's so small that you'll get a vector there. You know, all we're talking about on this dip and pump is one whale selling 120 Bitcoin and then buying it back, and that's all. Just 120 Bitcoin getting market sold, and then somebody else market buying 120. I mean, the sum of traders overall did that, and you're back at minus 100 CVD. So to the midpoint between the highest and the lowest CVD delta of the last hour. It's still negative though.
It's just the effect on the sentiment, right? I mean, it started crashing, so people started selling.
It's I think it's the order fill at 108. There was a 120 Bitcoin order there, so like we filled a decent size order compared to the size of orders that were in the book when we just after monthly close, like just 5 minutes after monthly close, you had the biggest sell into a buy order. You know what made the difference here is like 25 Bitcoin buy down there. Dbloc, I think you made your high low. Your timing was nice on that high low.
Yeah, it looks decent.
After the vector, right? So after somebody else bought 25 Bitcoin. Yeah. Little W, 1 second W down there.
Where do you like ETFs? Where do they sell their Bitcoin? Buy their Bitcoin?
Coinbase.
So, given AI, I mean, could somebody make up an algorithm that would track, you know, their buys, their sells, kind of separate out retail as much as possible, and then like come up with some form of algo that would kind of see where they're buying, where they're selling, how much.
It's
Just
public
so
data.
Yeah,
It's public data.
they
We
by
know.
law they have to tell us when they buy and they sell, so we got that information.
but it's after the fact, though, right?
Every day we get the numbers, but yeah, it's not in real time.
Yeah, I'm just
ETFs is
talking
retail.
about.
It's retail money too. It's not because people buy through
Yeah.
an ETF that it's not retail. It's the same stuff.
It's
just
legacy
easier.
retail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't know if it could be separated out in volume, or like you hear Fidelity buying, selling, you hear
The thing is that
BlackRock
they buy through Coinbase, but they're still buying OTC. Like custodial
Oh, okay. Well,
services
that
buy
makes
OTC,
that's
so it kind of screws all that up.
You have OTC trading on Bybit, so maybe like you.
I think that's for people that have much more money than us.
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, more money than me. Let's put it that way. I shouldn't.
No, you can try to sell higher there. Maybe someone will buy it. So. It's the point, right? Like current price is at 1083, but I sell at 1084. Maybe someone will buy it. But yeah, you're right. It's to avoid spread on big orders, but
Trying to make myself just watch and not possibly give it back.
well, we think it's us who decide when to trade, but it should actually be the chart that decides when we should trade, right? Like the probability of you having a good opportunity when you open your chart is close to 0. Like typically you need quite a long time of waiting. And for swing trading, usually it's like a long time. It's not just hours, it's often days even. So yeah, my advice is just patience, right?
Yeah.
Like for me in this case, now I'm not trading it because I have already trades going on. But in in this case, you know, it's either we put a low below 107.3, and if it gets back above that after putting a low with a nice reaction, vector-ish candle, but I don't need a vector, but like, you know, it will likely end up in a vector. Then yeah, I'd try to catch along at 107.3. And if that doesn't happen, then we shouldn't flip into resistance 108.7, the previous low. So if it's able to get back above that, that could be a long entry too. And for shorts, well, we had you know, potentially that 108.900. I mean, you know, it would have lost a few times, but I guess I'd hold that one at these levels. But overall, we're in a downtrend, so I wouldn't really look for shorts. Looking for shorts during an uptrend makes more sense. But on these alts, oh man, there's a lot of short opportunities. Well, if it's still above 4K, you know, I'd be okay even shorting 4K actually. Because the same way it's bad for Bitcoin to do that red candle and close below the 2 previous highs. Well, if that happens on ETH, the result might end up being worse than on Bitcoin, because you know, Bitcoin will probably find support like 5% lower, 10% lower, maybe 20% lower. Even worst case, it's like 70% lower. On ETH, the percentages are going to be much bigger. Like just coming back to 3 months ago, it's giving you 75% down. Huh? Like in the worst case scenario, where this was bull market top, yeah, you're looking at 70% down on Bitcoin. But ETH, I think, might go to $800, giving you more like 80% down. But that's a very bearish scenario, of course. But yeah, overall, like for me, as long as it's above 4K, the short to hold is the new all-time high one. So when it made a higher high above 4,800, that was a short opportunity. Now, if you TP that, there could be another entry at 4,000 when we lose that. Well, not the initial bounce, which I skipped. You know, the first bounce up from 4,000 reacted to the upside. You know, a bit like, you know, when things are very bullish, you kind of expect it to not give you a short on. Well, the first entry is to lose, right? So didn't take it. And if we get like weaker and weaker bounces from 4K, then there's one to take eventually. Especially if the timing fits and if Bitcoin actually went up so that it can go down. And now with Bitcoin down, potentially that could reverse up. I'm not like really not in a hurry to short these alts, to be honest. But a lower low below 4K, I'd probably open both positions actually. Just go schlong. Because one of the two will win a lot. Then you'd look at TPing around, you know, golden pocket of the up move for the short, and for the long you'd look around well above 6K. Yeah, somewhere around 6K. Like that's 50% up. Yeah, on 10x it's like 500%. And a short to, yeah, 2,500, somewhere there, 2,800 is like 40% down, so. It's always the same thing. People regret not having done this or that, and then we just pump to another level higher, at least on Bitcoin. Yeah. When we were at 60K, people were like, I should have sold 70, it's going down. And then flip it, broke all that. Then we did the same stuff at 100K, and now we're like, well, might end up doing the same stuff around 100K again.
Yeah, I want to
So,
trade, but I am exhausted. Like I've been trading hard this whole weekend, and it's been great, man. Really, I could have done better. I did good, but I know the OGs just really this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the OGs. Oh God, they just took in the money. I feel like because for it was slow and then that Friday pump, that jobs report, 8:30 New York time, that big pump up to daily open, the 2:30 candle, and then we slowly def afterwards, and then a bunch of swing fails to the downside until
that's cool.
107.4. Yeah, man. I mean it. You can see where a lot of people ate. I ate a little bit, but survived and did okay. But I know I'm exhausted. It's doing what it needs to do now, but I'm just so exhausted.
Well, when it's like that, stop loss, take profit, go to sleep. There's only two outcomes.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll know when you wake up.
Yeah, I'm still in the yellow belt. When I get the blue belt, I think I'll be able to start doing that. But it's a process.
When I catch a trade like that, I'm really happy the next day because, on a conditional trigger, you can just set it up with like a conditional trigger. Try to catch the meat of the next move, right? Like if Bitcoin is to go down to 100K, let's say, well, the meat was like, I don't know, half of that, so $4,000 move down, right? And support resistances kind of work. So I guess losing 108 might be a quick move down to 103, let's say. So you could just set up the trade with a conditional trigger, give it some room, of course, but like more like enter a bit lower than support and a breakdown trade kind of stuff. And even add your TPs and stop loss to the trigger, and then just go to sleep, and you trade while you're sleeping, a bit like a bot. And then when you wake up, well, you get notifications, trade triggered, stop loss it, or take profit it. And it's a fun way of trading, with small risk, small amounts, of course.
Yeah, I should have set a buy order at 107.7, and that'd have been golden for the first trip up to the 109.3, then back down to 108, which would have been a good time to get back in and ride it back up to 109.3, and then get out. And then when it went back up and did basically a cat head, I hate saying it, but and then it came on down and made the tail, and now it's trying to go. But yeah,
It will come back, don't worry.
oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, well, yeah. We'll see. And it sounds like you're trying to catch every move, though. That's a bit dangerous too. Sometimes it's good to just let things happen, which is kind of what I'm doing here. Just letting things happen.
Haven't caught them all, but like the first time at 107.7, I got in that and I had to get out because I lost, and then but then that first volume stopper, the blue one, I got in and rode that up to V almost, and got out and got back in, and then caught it all the way up to the 50, and it knocked me out because it was only a small contract, so it didn't let me go too far. It was just small position size, playing it safe down here, but it worked out. But still, high risk, so now we're touching the VWAP again.
Which VWAP?
Because
the daily just
I'm on
opened
the
an
5
hour
minute.
ago. 12 hours ago, yeah. But yeah, you're definitely right because we're back at 108 where the big volume order happened earlier after the monthly close. Yeah. Yeah. So it's yeah because there was a resting order there, and it's just 120 Bitcoin. But there are plenty of orders still, like well, yeah, every $1,000 basically. 107, 106, 105. 106 is weak though. 105. Below 105 though, it's straight down to 100. That 105 to 100K could be pretty quick, yeah, according to the Binance order book at least. Is it what happened last time? I forgot.
Oh, that one to 49.
No, 100 to 105. Is it
Oh.
a bit of an area where we just go straight up? You know, a bit like 110 to 115. Notice how price likes to jump between those two levels. It doesn't spend a lot of time on the way up. You know, once you break 110, boom, straight up 118 even, but let's say just 115. Then on the way down, same stuff. 5% down, 5% up. And even here, after that double bottom at 112, we got the straight up to 117. Right? So that's like, those areas are interesting to notice in the chart. Because that's why you can put a conditional trigger that doesn't get stopped out, yeah. Looking back at the last year's stopping, December of last year, because that's the range we're in now, right? Nah, it was very choppy actually between 100 and 105. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun stuff.
Yeah, we had the diamond. Wait, what was the neckline of that diamond? Maybe that's yeah, 105. But still, according to the order book, if someone sells 105 and people keep pressing sell, then there's not a lot between 100 and 105 to stop the dip. Now, looking at the upside though, I mean, like they really didn't put a lot of resistance. Like, typically, we have a big sell wall to break or something like that. Yeah, when you're in an uptrend, you have a target above to break. And here, it's a bit unfinished business that's left in the chart, but no really new sell wall to break. We have that 125K resting order that's been there for like, well, I don't know how many years now. It's more than a year. With 300 Bitcoin, it's the one that created the double top at 124. It's that supply that was too big to continue pumping. Because we had plenty of other walls to break before getting to this one. Especially 120 was a big one, I think. But yeah, they replenished 120 a bit, but nothing major. The major level is 125 actually. But 120, of course. But 120 is like the first sell wall. The others are only below 50 Bitcoin, or at least on Binance. They'll appear if people start pressing buy. You know, they'll be sold into anyway. But as long, well, yeah. And when things turn upward, people will put sell limits above. But for now, there's nothing. So it's like easy to pump. It's harder to dump than to pump right now.
Yeah. So
But
you said a strong
you need
sell
more
wall
volume.
at 120.
Yeah, you need
Okay.
more. You need more sell volume to continue 1% down than you need buy volume to pump 1%. Because we are at an area where there are resting orders and potentials. There's always potential support when you're at a demand area.
Yeah, last time when we did all-time highs and then we was hovering around 121 and went to 120. We went to 120 to 118 in like a minute. So I don't know what remember that day, but so that might happen again when we get to that 120 strong sell wall, a quick wick back down to 118 and bounce.
It all depends if liquidity providers were able to replenish their Bitcoin bags, right? Because with this up push to 124, we've seen really bullish order flow, lasting bullish order flow. Overall summer, July and August, we saw more like bullish order flow. Well, just the last 2 weeks of August, I guess, was a bit more bearish, but it wasn't hugely negative bearish. I don't think I saw any day of like major sell-off. More like slow bleed with like, 500, 600 negative CVD. Haven't seen the big 3,000 sell-offs or stuff like that. Because it's summer, I guess people are waiting for September. Or they're exiting slowly without showing it too much. Compared to the bottoming at 100K we had and 98, the sell volume is really low here.
That's definitely good to know.
But it's more of a bearish sign, no? People still have Bitcoin to sell, I guess, because we didn't see them get rid of all their Bitcoin in a hurry. Right? Market is balanced right now. Like it's not overly bullish or bearish. It's a bit negative balanced, but
Yeah. Beam took a nice dip, real nice dip.
%. People long ETH a lot on this dip, more than Bitcoin. Interesting, because earlier we had negative funding rates on ETH. It's not the case anymore. And there went straight up. Oh, we got paid out at the monthly close to. It's the 441 fib on ETH that is holding for now, which is right the middle between half of your up move and golden pocket. And the precision is again remarkable on these fib levels. It's like 30 cent. Yeah, 30 cent. It went 30 cent below the midpoint. So wait, that would put us resistance now. Yeah, a lower high, around 44.79.
I hear you, Sir James. I've got that problem too sometimes.
Now, Mantle is funny. They renamed it to get away from being a crypto exchange token. Like the whole idea was to be well, not a crypto exchange token, but now they're going back to becoming a crypto exchange token, adding like use cases on Bybit with the coin. There's one thing they need to do is the fees like Binance does, but they're doing it a bit like with the credit card, debit card, and stuff like that, but not with the. Oh well, yeah, late September trading fee discount. Save 25% on spot on trading fees, paying with a Mantle. All right, there you go. They're copying Binance. So you should never have rebranded it to MNT. Anyway, this is good news. I'll pay less fees, I guess. It's 25% discount on spot and 10% on futures, perpetuals, and all. And with all this news, it just put a lower high. I couldn't really put a new all-time high. Well, it's still far from a new all-time high. It needs a 2x up. But it's funny because I really read it like, hey, you know, the bull market is ending soon in a few months or maybe 6 months, you know, whatever. But don't sell your Mantle. We got plenty exciting news. You're gonna get discounts on trading fees and stuff like that. And honestly, I might do that. Like personally, I might just not sell it because it's been so profitable with all the extra things on Web3 that if that continues, I'm in to stay. I just need to do the research to know how many new coins they're going to launch, or they're still investing in development like they did last cycle. What's their plan for the treasury? There's a lot of work to do, actually. How much Bitcoin do they hold now? Because I know they sold some. They bought ETH. There's plenty of stuff happening. You gotta read like the forums and what are they voting on now for the next steps. It looks like they want to become a crypto token, a crypto exchange token again. Which makes sense because we're seeing crypto exchange tokens do good, like like Mantle, like Crow, like BNB. And during the bear, it wasn't the case. So someone had an idea of, well, let's not be an exchange token. Let's become something else. And now it looks like they're more like, all right, let's become an exchange token again because it gives like good use case, and BNB is really successful. So I think it's a good move. And in the meantime, that Mantle chain is useful too. Like it moves stuff for free, almost. Well, it's free to exit from Bybit to Mantle, then you pay a little bit to come back. But it's like a few cents. It's cheaper than Solana. I'll sell it if it goes to $3 anyway. But if it doesn't, I'll probably just stay in now. Mantle is the project who funded a lot of these tokens we talk about today. It's funny because a lot of them, yeah. Like there's at least 4 or 5 that are having success now. Especially Etana. Success doesn't mean price going up. It just means interest people overall. I'm just not sure if it's an incentive to hold or if there's really going to be new people coming in just to pay less fees like they do on Binance. It's the first thing you do when you open a Binance account. Like literally the first thing you do is buy some BNB. Because you did the research, right? You chose which exchange to trade on, and you know that you're going to get less fees if you use BNB. So a lot of people, I mean, it's what I did. And I think it's what a lot of people do. They just buy BNB as soon as they open a Binance account. Just makes sense. But in this case, with the timing of it, being at resistance and this and that other. Mental hasn't dumped, you know, it's still up there. It's down 1% in 24 hours. Or even like overall, it's like ETH. But it's bullish news, yeah. A lot of coins are trying to do like BNB. You know, every exchange now has its token, and the only one that's really successful is BNB. And we'll see what Crow does longer run, right? But Mantle has been successful with the token launches it did. Like, it was amazing. All these launches. Like 100 different tokens just getting airdropped overall in 3-4 years. Oh, I found an argument for Dbloc's weekly, monthly close. It's the total chart. It's a bit different over there. Because the main reason of Bitcoin's downtrend is actually ETH. It explains why it's going down. It's so weak right now while markets are still upward overall. And we have weakness in Bitcoin because, yeah, like quite significant amount exit to go into ETH. And when you look at total, you see that because like it's nowhere near being a, well, I guess it's a nut candle too on total, but we definitely closed above that support Bitcoin didn't, what the candle body of the previous high. It's at 3.4 trillion on total. So if your portfolio is like mixed between Bitcoin and ETH, which is the case for most people, right? Then the hit isn't as bad as if you were only in Bitcoin. So if you're using Bitcoin TA to decide to dump your ETH because Bitcoin, I mean, to be fair, it's at 4,400, man. I mean, it's a good TP too. Even if it goes to 6K, it's not a bad TP. You got the bulk of the move from 2,000 to 4,000. But still, I wouldn't use Bitcoin to decide to TP. They're decoupled a bit. If BTC moves. So it's more about ETH TA to decide to sell your ETH, which makes sense, right? Like ETH coming below 4,100, closing a weekly below 4,100 would be the equivalent of what Bitcoin did here, and that would be the same idea decision point on ETH. And we're like, it needs like a 5% dip to get there, even more, a 10% dip to get there. Sorry. So I guess I'm gonna stay and just go to sleep with a few longs open on these alts, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Trade safe, everybody.
Always woke up and it wasn't good.
Oh, buddy.
Get Bitcoin. 107.5.
Dbloc.
So this spot here on Bitcoin is the grand point of control in the 5 minute. So it's a good spot for a bounce if we're going to get one.
September 17th couldn't come any slower.
That's what this is all about here. The structure is grand point of control, and then this is liquidity right here. And see at the 5 EMA right up here, and this is also the break of that fib structure. So this is a very important place we're at. It's also the previous overhead resistance from our move up.
Here we go.
Let's see what it wants to do.
What up, peoples? Anybody who else is there?
What's happening?
What's happening, brother? And I just
Howdy.
chill. Love it. And now I have more time to do repairs in the house.
It was weird. I sold my Doge at 21.3 to 21.4, and I just got out of the way.
Yeah, dude, just get out of the way. Just let things happen for now. I mean, there's no hocus pocus. The chart, like even if the chart is going down, at least it's a trend that's readable. We can see that it is going down. Yeah. And we got the holiday, so when things open up later, it's not gonna be like your typical Monday open.
It would have been a little different if dominance had gone the other way, but dominance headed up, Bitcoin going down.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get out of the way.
No, that was a good call. If you let go at 24, I mean, like, get a few percentages out of the way, increase your volume when you finally find the bottom.
Yeah, it was 21.325, 21, 21.35, 21.375, and then 21.4. A pretty small area. Just
Yeah, I'm almost out of my positions because I'm pretty set on where I think this should be heading. So
it's just tough when it's like when you have your wedding planned for a whole year, and then the day something's coming, and you can see rain coming in the forecast, and then right before the event, it's like, uh-oh, it really is coming in. So it's just like, all right, get out of the way.
that's why we gotta sell at the tops, right? We gotta take some profits. We can't just keep on holding.
No,
As
that's
soon
why
as
you don't
we
get
hit
married.
that 50 daily, man, I just like left most of my positions. I'm gonna
That's
be
why you don't
buying
get
more
married.
though. Yeah, I got like I think on Friday I was at 50+ % in my positions. Now I'm just down to 30. But yeah, I mean, daily he has a cleaner chart. It just shows me where we're supposed to head. We broke the 50, 13's below the 50, 200's really nearby. It's not far away, to be honest. I'm mute. Oh my god, I'm so happy. We're at 39. We're at fear right now. Finally. And that took a week. Did Dbloc stop by or he went to bed early?
I don't know. It's like he kind of just dipped on out, maybe. I dipped on out earlier too, but so I don't know.
Oh yeah, for sure. I passed out as soon as I saw that we weren't gonna hit that target for the weekly monthly close. I was like, okay, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I caught a good bounce and got a good one, and just relaxing, watching, just not letting him, not getting caught up in them games that you know how sometimes she wants to pull you back in, and
Oh, for
no,
sure. No. Trust me, I know how you feel. Even look, even if I know it deep down inside, I saw the 13 go below the 50. We broke the retest of the 50 daily. You know, you still hope for certain things to happen. Yeah, I almost got pulled in yesterday, but when I saw we failed that trend, took some profits, left most of the positions. You know, you just gotta stay away from the games that they play because we have no control. Like, no matter how big our bags are, it's not gonna move that chart. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to hold this PIF position a while. I'm gonna try to see if I get a good 3 drives out of it, which is a possibility, or not. But
Yeah, all these coins, they're gonna have their day. They're gonna have their day really soon. We just have to accept what it is at the moment and just wait. Because to be honest, I rather wait than short. Because you never know what's gonna happen, right? So
yeah, I flipped some chain link into Pyth before it took off and everything, only because of more than one reasons, but the unlocks, in between the unlocks between the last time and the way it went up afterwards, the time frame, it was at that same time frame where it should. I didn't have no idea that it was going to be in that contract with the government, or that was just look at a draw. What drew me to it was the unlock periods. Like, this is the time it should rip because this is what it did the same unlock period time in 24 to get over to $1 and change.
yeah.
So that was one of the determined factors to keep an eye on that, and it worked out. But
you know what's a coin to look at really soon? Like actually today is Sui, because Sui just is gonna unlock a lot of tokens today. So when it unlocks a lot of tokens, there's usually a really big dip, which is usually the best opportunity to get into Sui. If you look at Sui's chart, the best time to get into Sui is during the months it unlocks tokens, or
yeah,
during the days it unlocks tokens. Yeah. So you're seeing this really nice dip. I'm waiting for it. I want a sub 3 Sui, and I'm gonna pile on some buys there.
yeah, oh yeah, that the risk versus reward on something like that, it's there's a lot more upside than down.
Oh, for sure, right? Like you know the saying, right? You can sell only as much as you have, but you can buy as much as you want. So
Yeah.
the upside is just where it's at.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm not trying to shield, but I jump in the V chain and Ondo just because
V chain RWAs, yeah, dude.
yeah, well, man, the risk versus the risk versus upside seemed like it was there better, and I got out of KDA and some other stuff.
Get into Ondo.
Yeah, I got into Ondo and V chain because those two seem safe. Like that, those two, and then Sui and a few more that they just seem like
Yeah,
even if we
I
dip,
still have my V chain from last cycle as a
yeah,
reminder of not doing diamond hands. I have a diamond hand bag that I held all throughout the bear.
yeah. Well,
And the thoughts all over.
I got in a little bit in 21 and got out, but
Oh, good for you. I didn't
yeah,
get out. I just saw it just go down and go like, what's happening? And that's when I decided to educate myself. That cycle tore my bag apart.
oh yeah, for sure. It Yeah, I'm glad I went through it though, but I don't
Yeah,
think
that
I'll
was
go
my
through it again.
trading university, 2021 bull run. That was my diploma. That's where I got my diploma. But yeah, right now it's just I think we should just like keep our bags intact. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, I rode that mana down. I got in real low on that. Rode it
Oof.
up to 550 and then rode it all the way down to sub
God
40
damn.
something cents, dude, like a retard.
Damn.
I remember dudes coming in the chat over at All Is Calm, because that's where I was at in 21. They were like, man, it's over, get out. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna hold. But I didn't know nothing about nothing back then.
Oh, for sure. I know how you feel. It's just how we were taught, right? When you're a shrimp and you don't know anything, the first thing you're taught is diamond hands, and that's how you get wrecked.
Oh yeah,
I bought.
oh yeah.
I had FTM at. I bought at $2.20, $2.40, and wrote it all the way down.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
man.
yeah, man. I remember Mana did really good before. Oh my goodness, that was a good ride.
Polygon 2 last season. I mean,
Oh
when
yeah,
everything.
Polygon, MATIC, all the OGs, they did really well. I mean, like, I remember Ada broke my heart because, like, I was like, when you believe in the tech so much and you keep forgetting that you're supposed to be a trader and you don't really use the tech. You're like, oh, this is gonna change, whatever, whatever. And I bought Ada, and that was a doozy. Like, you just went all the way to only $3. That sucked.
Yeah, it's best not to care.
There's this
Yeah.
dude on YouTube. He's been pushing ADA for 5 years, and if you listen to anything he would have said, it should have been worth $1 million right now. It's all he's in, and it's all he pushes nonstop, all day, every day. And it's just like, I don't
Well,
know
that's
how
a trader
you.
I'm not going to listen to if he's like that. Then he doesn't believe in the cycle.
Oh
If
no! Like I
I'm
watched
not
him first, like when I was first looking at crypto, like 4 or 5 years ago, when I first just did some spot trading,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, when I started getting into it more 6, 7 months ago, like this guy is still pushing this shit every day. Like shit, but
is it
it's just
what's his name? Is it what's the name of his channel? I know this guy. This guy, he speaks really nice and he's really like
oh yeah, and
he's
always
pretty
says
good,
God
but he
bless at the
pushes data
end
all
and
the time, right?
everything, and oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
just
remember
like
him.
dude, like I don't know how, like after how many times you've told everybody to jump in and it's went nothing but backwards. Like I don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror anymore, not change gears or do something.
No, to
Like
do that every day is crazy. That
oh,
takes a lot of mental, like, you
but I think
you
I
got to
think
be
he's in
really
so
thick
deep that he
skinned.
has to. Like, I mean,
Oh yeah.
his life, his marriage, probably everything is probably hanging in the balance, and he's got nothing to do but just try to push it. But after a while, like I don't know how many users he used to has and what he has now, but
Oh,
it'd be
you'll see
tough.
it. Let me give you guys a tip, okay? I have one window, I have one tab on my browser that I have open all the time. Like, it's one of the things I check also every day. Um, Look for number of searches on crypto on Google, the trend. When that dips, the price correlates on the amount of searches. And then when like, for example, your main words are crypto, altcoins, Bitcoin. When the trend suddenly spikes, the price rises as well. It's something I look at. So like the reason why I'm able to like just like stay away and not buy is when I see relative a downturn in the trend, that means the price goes down also as well. It's crazy. You know, because remember, like a lot of the money that's about to come in are people that were like us in 2021. They just bought the top, bought all of this like froth. You have to remember how you were before, how you got into crypto, and the things that you saw, and what made your sentiment want to get into crypto. Those Most of the people that are about to get in in this in this leg of this cycle are going to be like people like that that are just going to dive into the froth.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why
right.
our job is to get in below them so that we can have perspective and focus on taking profits.
It goes to when you look at those metrics. Are you looking at it over a 24-hour period time zone, 4-hour, weekly? What do you compare it up against?
Oh my god, I keep forgetting I'm in push to talk. Oh, I was muted the entire time. I was about to say like it's 24 hours is okay. Um and we
So
shouldn't
you're
like
giving a nice answer, and nobody was hearing it.
yeah, dude, like god damn it. Like okay, so I'm gonna push to talk. So we have Dbloc. Okay, you have to layer how you see your confluences, right? Your intraday, that means for the next 24 hours or this
Sure,
time in the
this
market,
day,
you look
right?
at Dblocs, right? Dblocs is sort of the okay, this is where we're kind of headed. This is the sentiment. You look at trends like that, and fear and greed, and the BPPI and the CBBI, and you look at the CBBI, and you just use that as like a confluence for your dailies. Just so you could be more honest to yourself or where you're headed.
Yeah, just kind of gives you a little lay of the land.
Yeah. And because we're in this part of the cycle, because see, retail, they don't like being in the Bitcoin cycle. You know what I mean? That cycle from April to now, like when it was just Bitcoin dominance all the way to 65. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was just whales buying all of that. But when you get into alt season, because right now the altcoin season index is above 50, and that's when it starts. The froth kind of begins. Then that's when you got to start looking at like Google Trends, because people are going to look at Google to provide them with the answers on what's happening in the market. It's not like us where we actually can
Right.
see what's happening in the market and understand it. So our job is just to layer the confluence and just make sure we buy at the right time.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's
It's
why I've
like
been
those
avoiding.
type of.
Go ahead.
I was going to say those type of tools, have been brought up before, and you've probably even mentioned it. And somebody like myself, I put it in the back of my head and I check it, here and there. Then all of a sudden something else comes up and I start checking it, and then you get away from it, you forget about it, and you're remind me, of something like that. I'm like, shit. Yeah, it's like a damn golf swing. There's so many different
Oh,
things to track.
dude. Oh, exactly like that. Like, dude, you play golf, right? I play golf. Like, there's like, I've been playing golf since I was a kid, and there are still days where I forget this one thing, and I go like, why did? Oh, come on! Did I just slice it again? You know what helped me
Yeah.
with my confluences?
I'm awesome on dogleg right. My ball pulls about 11 G's into that turn.
Oh,
You can hear it cutting through the air.
my biggest problem is like these par fives where your first two swings you just go all out, and as soon as you go for your like 60, you go with your 58s or your 65s, and you just need 60
yeah.
yards, and you just full swing it because your mind just like tells you just hit it just like how you hit it a while back, and you just hit it like 100 yards instead of 60.
150, 175 yards to the hole. I'm good. Got touch around the green, good putter and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
it's those
right.
first one to two shots. It's a gamble. I line up left to bring it around right, and then all of a sudden, 30% of the time I actually hit the damn thing straight, and I was lined up wrong. But it's just like, trading is just like that. There's just so much stuff
exactly
to
like
keep
that.
in mind that you get into a groove for a bit and something pulls your way, and then all of a sudden you get reminded like, oh shit, yeah, I need to. I should
You know what I
incorporate that
what
again.
I do to correct that? Because I know that's a real problem of mine. Like I have ADHD, so like I'm all over the place. I have a little whiteboard beside my monitor. Like as soon as I sit down and start trading, I go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I go through the confluences. It kind of sets my mind up before I even go into the exchange. I look at my trading view, look at the dailies, do just really basic stuff. Because the more basic your TA, the more your brain tells you that it's the truth.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, I sit down. I got a whole bunch of graph paper, and I just kind of cordon sections off and certain things down, and just kind of lay it out. Like
just do it every day,
like a blueprint.
Then it becomes a habit and it becomes automatic. But you always have that, like either it's a post-it, just a reminder of the things because once you sometimes when you get into an exchange, it feels like a video game, and that's the casino part with all the red and green candles, and you see your money there, and you go like, oh, this is the trade I want to get into. I'm not going to do TA, I'm just going to get into the trade. And that's how you lose money. So I do a bit of my daily routine of checking into different things before I actually look at the
Right,
exchange.
100%.
Yeah. Because I'm
We
all
hear you
for
get
it.
up in the morning yawning and getting your stuff set up and ready to go.
Yeah. Oh, like I think like I remember the worst trades that I've had is always the same trade. It's that first trade. It's the first two trades where I go straight on and sit, and I go straight into the exchange. Because suddenly my eyes would tell me, "Oh, that's a wedge. That's this. This is gonna break." And it's and without me understanding I keep forgetting the other confluences, and that always gets my SL licked. Always, always, always. When I go straight into the exchange and make a trade, oh, those are the rough ones. And the trades that you make while you're sitting down in the bathroom. When I'm in the toilet looking at something like, oh, this is gonna go up.
I rarely ever enter a trade on my phone. I'll track my trades, see how things are going. But
oh no, now for sure. Now for sure.
I've been too many funky errors and odd things that have happened. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not trusting the phone anymore.
Yeah, I feel you. I had to correct so many things leading up to this moment. A lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like if I just changed certain habits last year, oh my goodness, I
wish I would have never found Terrell in the trenches.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't. I just started looking January 1st and, looking at stuff on YouTube, and I came across it. And I'm not blaming him at all.
Of course.
My
Nobody
fault.
nobody expected that stuff to happen. Even us,
Oh,
even me and Tyrell, like we were talking privately, like this is
yeah.
the stuff we should avoid. I was like, I gotta focus. I gotta keep
Yeah,
certain
it
things
was
safe.
ugly market for that shit
No,
coin
not ugly. That was brutal. That
stuff.
shook the entire market out of the way.
I mean, it's basically. I mean, you don't even really hear. I mean, I don't know, maybe because we're in this now, but you just don't hear anything about really that anymore. You don't hear anything about the Solana, shit coin market anymore. Like there's nothing that was running past a few minutes, much less a half a
Oh, for
day.
sure.
Everything was getting freaking rug pulled nonstop, and Cupsy and all those other assholes are just absolutely raking everybody within the first 15 seconds of a coin opening up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was rough because like the worst part about that January trend was around October. The TA was January. January was when everything's gonna explode because of the inauguration.
Sure. And that's kind of why I really
when,
kind of decided to get back
imagine
into
this,
crypto.
and that's everybody in the market. That's everybody, and except for one guy. That's why like I didn't just like go to Dbloc's channel because I needed somewhere to trade like altcoins and Bitcoin, right? Because he was the only ones. Wait. He was one of the like 3 people I heard that actually took profit in December. And that blew my mind. Absolutely blew my
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
And when he showed the
Because you're
thesis for it, I was like,
expecting, yeah, everybody was expecting, and crypto was going to be the Godzilla with the chains off.
yeah, dude, it was ready. Like, oh, Trump, like right after January. Whew, we got spoofed for a good 2 to 3
And
months.
well, I think we could have probably been okay if they didn't release that stupid ass Trump meme coin in the Millennia 24 hours later. That
Remember. This is the market. This is not the real world. When you're in the market, everything's planned. If you're thinking, oh, we didn't expect, trust me, everything that happens in this market has been. It's not like 100% pre-planned, but it was done deliberately.
do you think they knew it was going to be that bad? If they
Dude,
did
if
that,
Trump
or
was
do you
gonna
think they
pass
were
the
being
crypto
greedy?
bill, he had to be clean of Bitcoin before he became president, because people are gonna look into him, right?
Right.
How are you gonna get into crypto now? Flush everybody out, get it to 74K, get in. Let's start. Get what I mean?
You know, when we went to 74,
That was a good
73,
one. Yeah.
dude, let me tell you, I went full Voltron halfway. I mean, dude, I was at Popeyes getting me a 10-piece, and notifications come on, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going long. And it worked out. Yeah, man.
That's where my long started as well.
Heck yeah. Yeah, man, it feels great. You know, it's like, hey, you know what? I was one of the ones that held the line. Hey, I was one of the ones that got liquidated 5 or 6 times when we got to 99 and 95 because we stalled out at 95 and at 99.9 a couple times.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, I got aggregated a couple times there too.
For sure. I got smacked multiple times headed down. I thought we were going to recover at 80 plus. It was really 74.
Yep.
Yeah. But we're close. We're near. I mean,
What do you think we're going to do here the next hour, Ghost? I'm getting ready. I got to go jump on a business Zoom call here, and
no,
I'm going to
dude,
be
just
tied
chill
up.
out. It's a
I've got
holiday today. Just Don't
got
do
two
any
longs and a short in.
no big decisions today. That's all I can say. No big important decisions on trades today. But I am
Yeah, go
waiting
get
for
ready.
Swee's unlock is today. Token unlock is today. Usually when that happens, you have a nice little cleanup dip, and it's always one of the best opportunities to buy Swee.
What time's that go down?
I have to check, but it's like US time today. But I'm definitely buying. I'm just looking at. I'm just
Yeah, it's
waiting.
It's 11 o'clock p.m. where I'm at. So you're talking
Definitely
Monday morning.
tomorrow.
You're talking Monday
Yeah,
morning, Monday afternoon. Yeah.
Monday morning.
You think it's going to take a big dip and then it's going to blast
Yeah, it
off?
always. It's always a cleanup. It's always a cleanup, and then you just buy the bottom. And even if you don't get the extreme bottom, as long as you buy in spot, you're good.
And what is it
This is a pretty
what's
good
happening with
price
Sui?
already, huh?
What's happening with Sui?
Oh, it's
You
a
say?
token unlock.
Oh, gotcha. I wasn't sure what you said. All right, I gotta go prep for this meeting. I'll catch you boys later. Cheers.
Yeah, catch you guys later. Also, I just checked on the charts. I'll be back later.
Heads up. I rejected pretty hard outside 200. On D-box chart there.
Nice rip.
Can we stop dumping, please?
Yo, double bottom?
Imagine if we completely reversed here.
It'd be beautiful, dude. It'd be beautiful.
Everyone's so bearish, no one would see it coming.
This price action is so like, oh my god.
Well, now, let's see what the day brings us. Come on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is that you, Rick?
Big buys, big buys.
All-time high. Let's go. Wow.
Yeah, buddy, kick that dog.
Is it a sweep? Is the question.
It's a Elon tweet.
What happened? Elon tweeted?
Nah, I was trolling. I trolled myself. I went to go look.
Yeah, I'm up. I don't see Elon saying anything.
One day, one day.
Meta Planet buys another 1,000 Bitcoin.
Got some buys.
Big buys. Inedible. What is this? It's Sunday. How high could Crow go to bull run to?
Yo, Ada just went nuts.
$1096, guys. $1096.
Yeah, I said we go straight to 112. That'd be a crazy shakeout if that's what happens.
130 from here. Let's go.
You know this channel that we've been in, we'll probably just get to the top of that, which is like 110. 110.4. Like this downward channel we've been in. Get the top of that one is 110, like 110.1, 110.3. On the 4 hour, the 50 EMA is at 110.636, which is right above the top of that channel. And that's where we got rejected from at 113.
Question is, are the whales done selling?
I don't know if it's the whales. I think a lot of these algos are just tied to the S&P, and if it's rolling over, it's just gonna follow. And the S&P got a little pop off the bottom there, which I think it has some juice to get up to like 66, 6,700 still. But if it rolls over, then it's gonna test out that you know, the SPY and everything, they never tested their breakout from all-time high around like 6,100.
Hmm. That is an inverted stopping volume candle, right?
Couille en or. Allez. Hello guys.
Yo.
Wow.
Is this a fake out of the century or what?
The shakeout before the breakout. It's like, I don't know. It could just be coming right back down though. But it looks pretty strong right now across the market.
Anything can happen, man. It sucks.
What a pump! Pooh! Everyone is sleeping here.
Sleeping.
Wake up, guys.
Wake up. It's the first of the month. It really is too.
I've noticed that when we start dumping, there's a lot less people talking.
Yep.
People start reconsidering their life decisions. Like, what did I do?
They should be excited. Stuff's on sale. They go to the store, they see something cheaper, they get all excited, right? Oh.
Too bad we didn't get this pump before the weekly monthly close.
Someone is planning to buy the coin of Trump, là, World Liberty Finance. No one cares.
No idea.
It's in a few hours on Binance.
I think there's also a 20% unlock for all the pre-sellers though. So I think they're up like 60x or something. So I'm sure there will be people selling. Unless they have some crazy news planned. And maybe why we're having some insider trading on Bitcoin, who knows?
How do you see it made a? You said 30x, 20x?
I think it's close to 60. If you got in the beginning of the pre-sale.
To be honest, I totally don't care about this coin, but I think there will be a big hype on it today. I think.
Do you know when does it launch? Like, is it soon?
Yeah, it's today. It's at 2 o'clock French hour. So I need to check this. UTC, it's 8.
Well,
So
how many-
UTC, it's at midday. Universal time.
How many hours from right now is it?
So 4 hours.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So 8. So it's 8 a.m. Eastern New York time.
Are you Eastern, Vic?
Yeah. Yep.
Damn, you're up late.
I know, dude. I've been waiting for this pop, man. I was like, it's gotta pop. I just knew it was gonna. That double bottom candle was weird, bro. I was like, that was a weird. If you look at Bitcoin,
Oh my god, let's go.
that was a really strange way that it double bottomed. Had like this like loop, and then it just like wick that came up, and then did it one more time.
Someone just bought cryptocurrency.
They're
In
all
a big
buying.
way. Someone bought some crypto.
Trump
Come on,
family.
September. Show them how it's done, September. You can do it.
Maybe there's some big news coming out tomorrow.
Maybe.
I mean, it's the markets are closed. It's Labor Day, so the U.S. markets are closed, so they can just. I mean, it's a holiday technically, but
Show them how it's done.
yo, Solana is going crazy. Yeah, Alts are going crazy right now.
crazy day, crazy day.
I do feel for the people that capitulated and sold at losses or got liquidated or all the bad stuff. So I do feel sorry for them
It was
because I
looking
know
bearish. It was looking
I
very
know the
bearish.
pain. Oh yeah, dude, max pain, max
The
fear, blood in the streets.
Sunday is always a trap of it. Apparently, it's like it looks good, it goes up, and then
Mm.
bam, bye bye. On Monday morning, here it's during the night, like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, it's finished.
Mm.
Is
The
this
market, there's no
that?
doubt.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the market did go into fear on the crypto fear and greed index.
That's good. That's what we want.
Yeah, it is. It is good. Yeah, it's like a reset on the
So we can
sentiment.
buy.
Technically, yeah. Well,
Didn't Dbloc say that he thought since we didn't meet that particular level on the weekly, monthly close, that he anticipated a dead cat bounce, and that's where he was going to de-risk some before the
it
descent back down?
it could, like, this has so much to prove before it turns the market back on. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you don't know what it can grow into though. Like we have to wait and see. Like that's, I
Gotcha.
guess that's the thing is like, yeah, once we get the evidence, the candle evidence on the chart, we'll know whether it's legitimate or just a, you know, just a random pump.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the biggest area to reclaim is 112. If we can get back above 112 and hold it, then it looks good. But other than that, it's still murky waters.
Yesterday we did the perfect test of this weekly, monthly close at this target. We dumped, and now we are above. And for me, we are still in an uptrend, a big uptrend, and we are just at the bottom. We just reset everything.
From what I heard of Dbloc when he was talking, he was just talking local about anything. He said that on the macro picture, everything's still fine, like bull market wise. So there's nothing to stress about too hard about like the cycle, like the bull market that we're in. But it just means I think he said something like it just means you have to wait longer for the outcome. Like you have to wait for the recovery to come in. And I agree with that. I think that sounds accurate. See, XRP has been in a falling wedge pattern, which is excellent. That's the kind of pattern you want to get in for like, you know, a buying opportunity. But the breakout hasn't happened yet.
Yo, Bitcoin just peaked above that downward channel we've been in.
Let's have a look. Bitcoin down channel. Yes, you are right. I see it. Yeah, it's lovely. Well, it's good. I mean, how low did Bitcoin get? 107, 255 so far. Like, I mean, obviously it could go lower, but it's good to see a little shred of relief. Just a little bit.
You clipping your toenails, Rick?
Was that sorry?
Is that you clipping your toenails?
No.
Click,
Is there
click.
is there a clicking sound?
It was
Oh,
like that, or you were chopping vegetables or something. You were
I don't know.
something you were doing. You know, every time the noise
Yeah.
was made, your thing was lighting up. I'm like, what's he doing over there?
I was
Maybe you're
I was
prepping
cutting
dinner.
I was cutting up some cryptocurrency for dinner.
Oh,
Buying some green candles.
what are you going to wash it down with? Yeah, get
Stop
Sarah.
losses. I don't know.
An Australian Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah. Shiraz, we call it. Sarah.
Mhm.
So the previous hour candle, it's vector on XRP, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Cardano, Doge, and BNB. However, it wasn't vector on Solana on the hourly chart. It didn't qualify as a vector. What does that mean? It means there was less, like, you know, thingamajiggy about it.
Do you think it means it's strength on Solana or weakness?
Well, maybe it's just more natural demand rather than market maker push. Like
That makes sense.
it's natural buying, maybe. Maybe if you were to dissect that hourly candle, you would see that some of it is vector. There would definitely be some vector in there. We went down to lower time frames. Yeah, it's full of it. But it just didn't qualify as a vector on the hourly for some reason. Not until you chop it up. And that's what I was doing over the mic. I was chopping up the vector.
Can I talk? So before he went to sleep, he talked about that macro closing that we missed up there before we started dumping. I guess the idea is that people that trade on that larger time frame were waiting to see if it was going to close above to see if they were going to put their profits back in. So since it didn't, I guess that's what caused the dump. So also he talked about that when there was a bounce that he was going to play it as a dead cat. So my thing is, if that's the case, then could it be possible that this could be a trick since they know that
It could.
everybody's But
Yeah, man, I think yes. Could definitely be a trick.
Did they know
Since
that
then,
everybody's thinking that? Why not just rip it? Look at this. Look at this. I mean, I didn't expect it, but
me either. Well, I mean, look, when the market goes down, you do expect up at some point. And just like when it goes up, you do expect down at some point, you know? Just as the market flows that way. It goes up, it goes down, it goes down, it goes up. But the
yeah, but they
timing,
were making it look like we were going to bleed down to like 100K, 102.
I know, yeah. It did. I was like, damn, this is getting
Like you
ugly.
almost felt like it was like safe to sink a short in. Obviously not, and somebody got caught.
Yeah.
Somebody big.
I think from a high time frame perspective, Bitcoin's still in an uptrend. There's no question. Like on the weekly chart, on the daily, it's like, oh yeah, no, I can see there's some like local lows that got broken. Like the 112 level got, lost.
Oh yeah,
And
that was big.
Yeah, that was a bit of a situation. The fact that we lost that 112, but we haven't really come down that far from 112, at least yet.
Yeah, on the
It
bigger
could develop.
picture. But
Yeah.
again, going back to that signal, if people were really looking at that weekly close or what, if that's what it was, as a signal to put their profits back in, well, if that's the case, then it's a signal to go short then eventually here.
Yeah.
At least for a quick swing trade for a week or two. But we'll
Could
see.
be. Yeah.
Doesn't Dbloc have a butler that comes by and moves his screen for him while he's sleeping?
Butler.
My God, it's off the screen. That tells you right there that he did not expect it to do that.
Mm.
Because he would adjust his screen accordingly, and that ain't it. What is that? 15 minutes?
Yeah, it did. It
Yeah.
really did race away, didn't it?
It's a 15-minute chart, I think.
It's a
Yeah.
1 minute chart that he's got it on, from what I can see.
Damn.
Up the top,
No
top
way.
left, it says BTC USDT.P 1.
What?
Yeah, he's got it on the 1 minute.
Oh my God. Wow. It is. Well, we're in a little bull flag up here now. They didn't keep going. They put the brakes on. So stopping volume candle on the way. Weekend trapped shorts now.
Yes, please trap
Yeah,
the short là.
I do like that the August candle closed red the way it did, because it's like, okay, well, we've got the retracement out of the way. We got that part done.
We needed a red month bad, if that's what it did.
Yeah, because we spent the previous 4 months going up from that tariff sell-off flow. Yeah.
Man, I wish this chart was adjusted because I want to see if they're going to farm shorts up here.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to just reverse and come right back into the middle of the trap. I am so tempted to put a short in here. If it's true that weekly close is what mattered, really, which I had to assume that it is because he said that. If that's the case, this is a hell of a short then.
It definitely caused a lot of damage, selling it as low as it got. There's no doubt about it.
So tempted to scalp a short in.
How do them heat maps look? I bet you they're top heavy. I bet you there's a crap load of like short liquidations above us.
I'll check it out.
It's gotta be.
There has to be,
Yeah.
man. It's been down only for days.
Yeah, it's been feel like at least 3 weeks of downside. Like it's gotta be top heavy by now.
Come on, Dbloc, wake up, man. I know you had to got an alert.
Check the X. The last time I saw XRP, it was like very, very heavy on top. Yeah, dude, $3.40 is like really bright with short liquidations.
Alts didn't really do nothing. The dominance just pumped up with it. So probably at the same damn price as they were. Let me guess, XRP 280. I'm not even looking.
What do you mean, the current price?
Yeah, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, $2.80. Yep, 280. Yep.
No, it didn't do shit. So see what happens if we make another move up. I wonder.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it continues to
What's this?
ramp up.
What's dominance at 50? What is that? I can't see. Oh, damn, still 58. Yeah, I actually had a short earlier before Dbloc went to bed, and then he swung at a stopping volume candle for his trade on Bitcoin, and I was like, all right, I'm done. I closed the short out of quick profit, and then it reversed on him and kept dumping. He was already asleep. He probably got stopped out.
Yeah.
Then I passed out. Now I'm back awake. Quick 2 hours nap.
Yeah, with how heavy we've gone down over the past couple of weeks, like there is just so much work to do to get the market back around again. But we've done
Seems
this
that
before. Like we've had these like nasty
yeah,
sell-offs that get recovered quite
the
quickly.
the
and
$10,000 move to the upside seems like it only takes a day or two when it wants to go when it wants to get it back.
Yeah. Like in very recent history, we've had some pretty sharp V-shape, pushes back up.
That's why I didn't want. I can't hold shorts at this point.
3 weeks was the last like nice rally up. There was a really good one out of the back of like the tariff dumps that we had, like February, March, and then we rose in April, rose up, and that took 43 days to go up $36,000, 36,000, 37,000. It's a lot of distance.
It's crazy how we just came straight up here, and now it's just okay. Here we go. I don't think we're done. Question one. I think we test 112. I think because that was like to me that was the previous support. So now that'll be the resistance.
Yeah, it could certainly do that for sure.
I don't think we get through that yet. I think that's to me that's where I can get a scalp short off is 112, at least for a scalp, and then
Yeah. So you guys have got Labor Day.
I'm already long. Help through this.
I wonder how the CME closed on the Friday. What level that was?
I don't know. I
And
just
then
know
do we
that
go?
I know they were having all-time highs. I know that.
Yeah. Oh, in the stock market, yeah. But so Bitcoin CME closing on Friday, we're definitely down off the back of that close. So maybe we're going to go back up so that there's no gap. Because if it opens
Yeah, no,
much lower, there's going to be a fat gap
the
above
CME's
us.
open. The CME's open, and we
Oh, it is
filled the
open.
gap because we
Okay.
were up a little bit, and then we
Yeah.
opened at like 109, and then the gap was at like 108, and then we made a new low on CME.
Okay.
The CME
Then the
actually
one
went lower than Friday's close.
what was it like last week or the week before? I can't remember. We never even came to the upside to close that one. We had to get up to like 116 or 17 to get that. Can't remember. But before all of this dumpage, we came right up to that and didn't get to it and barely missed it and then came all the way back down here. So that technically is still in play too, if I understand correct. Yeah, go ahead, make it quick. 117. I have a feeling it won't be that quick. I think they want to farm some more shorts. I think some shorts got destroyed. They didn't see this. They're trapped like hell. Look at them. They're just letting them sit there. Now they're going to farm them. Now we just need to form a little W up here on this flag. Boom, boom. Come up, test 107, 109, 779. Test that again. That'll be the middle of the W. Come down a little bit. Make the right side of the W come up and then measure, move straight up to whatever that is. How you like that, Rick?
Sorry, I had my mic muted. Yeah, man. I like it.
Let's build it.
Death before dishonor.
That's right. Vexed him in the sauna. Vexed him in the sauna.
Vexed him in the sauna. What does vex mean, by the way?
Vex is a New York slang term for killed him.
Oh, I see. Vexed him. Death before dishonor. Vexed him in the sauna.
It's all New York word. Vexed him in the sauna. Now he's saucy like lasagna. That's another slang term.
Now he's saucy like lasagna. I like it.
Yeah, you can imagine what that means.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
It's a setup. He took his
It's a
last breath. He
setup.
couldn't get. He took his last breath. He couldn't get up.
Took his last breath. He couldn't get up.
It's hilarious.
All right, let me see if I got it. Death before dishonor. Vexed him in the sauna. Now he's saucy like lasagna. Took his last breath. He couldn't get up. Hell yeah.
For sauna. No, that's the part we missed. Vexed him in the sauna. Vexed him in the sauna. Sexy her persona.
Oh, sexy her persona.
Vexed. Let me tell you, sex before death before dishonor.
Death before dishonor.
You can see how the rhyme pattern, how the rhyme pattern. It's complex. It ain't no ABC.
No, yeah,
thing.
it is. It's complex.
This is a puzzle piece.
It is.
And that's how everything's stacked.
It's cool.
But again, it's death before dishonor. Sexy her persona. Vexed him in the sauna. Oh, he's saucy like lasagna. It's a setup. Now he's wet up. He took his last breath. He couldn't get up. There you go.
Nice.
And don't even start getting into the rap. That gets even more
Yeah, I won't even
more
attempt it.
complex. Like I can't even do it. I can't even do it offhand. I have to pull out the. Well, my computer crashed. My computer crashed. I lost it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had to rewrite it down, but